Chapter 1844. As the huge wave approached her, Luo Chang's nerves tensed up almost subconsciously. She looked at Qin Feng uneasily. The ancient stage expert's use of power was close to the peak. They began to touch the mysterious spiritual realm, developing their own power and entering a new realm. This realm was directly connected to the mysteries. Mastering the mysteries was the key to the desolate god realm. However, facing the torrent and huge waves that were almost at the calamity level, Luo Chang felt that her body was like a small boat that could capsize at any time under the surging torrent. She had no power to resist. Qin Feng looked at the depths of the water. There were countless undercurrents that merged together and wrapped around the two of them. That huge undercurrent contained the power of 1,000 caddies. Even if the golden turtle was a terrifying beast emperor in the water, it would not be able to escape easily. As a foreign race in the water, the mermaid race was indeed blessed with the ability to control water. However, Qin Feng's expression did not change. He stood on the water surface. Suppress. He softly spat out a word. It was as if the heavens and the earth were splitting open. The sky and the earth merged, and a terrifying force was born. Immediately, the expressions of the countless mermen who were controlling the water at the bottom of the water changed drastically. They felt as if their bodies were rooted to the ground. No matter what they did, they could not pull the two figures above the water. There is indeed a way. Feeling the changes in her body, Luo Chang's eyes lit up as she looked at Qin Feng. That terrifying pulling force was no longer able to shake her body. This mysterious expert was indeed as strong as she had imagined. There were at least thousands of mermaid experts at the bottom of the water. Even if the water lord encountered this force, he would be suppressed. Yet this expert was able to suppress this undercurrent so easily. At the bottom of the water, on top of a colossal creature, there was a handsome king wearing aqua-blue robes, a hairband, and many jewels. He looked at this scene with cold eyes. Feeling the strain of the tens of thousands of mermaid experts around him, his eyes darkened. He is actually so powerful. No wonder he could kill the Golden Turtle Emperor and ruin my plans. His eyes were cold as he raised his head. However, since you dare to spoil my plans, I'll make you pay with your life today. At the next moment, a furious bellow burst out from his mouth, and a surge of water light flew out from his body. It merged into the water current that was holding down the several tens of thousands of merfolk warriors like a flood, flying toward the surface of the river. Be careful! Luo Chang couldn't help but cry out involuntarily when she felt the surging and terrifying power that was enough to stir up a vast ocean. Petty tricks. Qin Feng's gaze was indifferent from the beginning to the end. He looked at the bottom of the water as if he was looking through the water and saw the mermaids who were 10,000 feet below. Qin Feng originally wanted to release a bolt of lightning to teach these mermaids hiding in the depths of the water a lesson. The might of the eternal true thunder was unparalleled. When the thunderbolt struck down, not to mention the mermaids and mermen under the water, even the entire Zhang River would faint. But this thought was quickly suppressed. According to the laws of heaven and earth of the inner world, only experts above the rage god level could comprehend the second profound mystery or even multiple profound mysteries. Although he was no longer afraid of the Flame Emperor, as a qualified mastermind behind the scenes, he naturally couldn't reveal his whereabouts. With a thought, he stretched out a hand, and a bright red flame surged out of his palm. In an instant, a crow's cry resounded through the clouds, shaking the Zhang River. Zhang River Manor. As a high-level water system that gathered dozens of branch water veins, the Zhang River had a high-level water manor that was completely superior to the Su Shui Manor. Naturally, there was an even more powerful water lord overseeing it. When Jiang Huai led the mermaids to attack, it alarmed the Zhang River Manor water lord. As an extremely important force under the Zhang River Manor, the mermaids had a very close relationship with the Zhang River Manor water lord. There were many beautiful mermaids in the water lord's manor. The Zhang River Manor water lord knew that the mermaids were plotting against the Su Shui Manor and had sent out the Golden Turtle Emperor. However, what was surprising was that the mermaids' plan that they were confident in actually went bankrupt because of an accident. At this moment, it wasn't just the Zhang River Manor Waterlord. In the manor, some ancient foreign clan emperors looked up in shock. It was as if they had met their natural enemy in the depths of their souls. Then, the foreign clan emperors saw dozens of suns suddenly appear in the sky above the Zhang River. Almost instantly, a terrifying, soul-scorching power was born. Then, under the shocked gazes of the foreign clan emperors and the experts of the clans on both sides of the river, they saw dozens of extremely handsome divine birds. The great sun golden crow? At such a close distance, Luo Chang's eyes widened as she looked at the dozen or so golden-feathered divine birds in the sky. Is this the Lord's surname? Luo Chang muttered as she looked at the dozens of extremely beautiful golden crows. Luo Chang couldn't help but be infatuated. The dozen golden crows were simply too beautiful. They were even more beautiful than the ones in the legends. Qin Feng glanced at Luo Chang's expression and smiled faintly. Of course, these golden crows weren't his surname. They were just created by him blowing on them. Screech. Amidst the terrifying crows' cries, the dozens of golden crows swooped down under the horrifying gazes of the experts. In the depths of the manor, the Zhang River Manor Water Lord felt a sharp pain in his soul. His will had already completely refined a part of the Zhang River, but it was instantly cut off by a blazing power. The part of the river where the battle was taking place instantly evaporated thousands of feet. Then, through the reaction from the Zhang River, he saw with his own eyes that the dozens of terrifying golden crows rushed towards the exposed mermaids and mermen. In an instant, except for the mermaid expert Jiang Huai, the tens of thousands of mermaids and mermen were instantly roasted into fishing rods by the golden crow's incomparably high temperature. Jiang Huai, the famous ancient of the mermaid clan, wasn't any better. The dozens of golden crows swarmed him, and their sharp beaks, which were like divine weapons, pecked him full of holes. He was on the verge of death. Grand Uncle. At the sight of this, in a crystal palace deep in a river, the expressions of a group of experts from the mermaid clan's Jiang clan changed drastically. Many pairs of blue eyes stared at Qin Feng with crimson-red eyes. In the end, a large patch of golden flames fell. Under the sharp beaks of the dozens of golden crows, Jiang Huai was torn into pieces. Under the golden flames, he turned into a wisp of smoke and completely dissipated. This included the golden turtle he was sitting on, which wasn't inferior to the golden turtle Qin Feng had killed back then. After killing these mermaid experts, the dozens of golden crows flew back under Qin Feng's control and landed on his shoulder. Under the fearful gazes of the experts, the dozens of golden crows disappeared into his body one after another. Looking at the casual figure, at this moment, the world seemed to have completely lost all sound. Even though there were many gazes filled with bone-deep hatred, no one dared to make a move at this moment. Chapter 1845. After killing the mermaid experts blocking his way, Qin Feng set his sights on his next destination, the Heavenly Sacred Prefecture where the Heavenly Sacred Hall was located. If the Nanjiang Prefecture was the center of the southern part of the Zhang River, then the Heavenly Saint Prefecture was the center of the northern part of the Zhang River, the Ji River, and the Cheng River. It was located in the middle of 4 or 5 sub-prefectures. It was a very important location. The clans surrounding it were more than 100 times the size of the Nanjiang Prefecture. It spanned tens of thousands of miles and could be said to be the gathering place of all officials. After learning that the Nanjiang Prefecture had become a region where several emperors and dragons were fighting, Qin Feng had been looking for a place to settle down, except for some prefectures on the same level as the Nanjiang Prefecture. The Heavenly Sacred Prefecture under the Zhang River Divine Palace fell into his consideration. Compared to the other prefectures, the Heavenly Sacred Prefecture was superior. The Shudu Prefecture could be said to be the capital of 100 mounts, receiving the worship of hundreds of clans of a certain size. The Nanjiang Prefecture could be called the capital of 1,000 mounts. The capital of 1,000 mounts surrounded the center of thousands of clans of a certain size, receiving the worship of these clans. There were many capitals of 100 mounts in the clans, like stars in the sky, scattered across the vast land ruled by the Jiang clan. This was the most basic capital of a clan under the pyramid. The capital of 1,000 mounts was slightly inferior, but there were still many capitals like the Nanzhong Prefecture. They directly ruled over many of the capitals of 100 mounts under their command. The heavenly sacred prefecture could be called the capital of 1,000 mounts. The capital of 1,000 mounts was undoubtedly very important. Even in the Jiang clan, each capital of 1,000 mounts was extremely important. He usually had dozens of them under his command, and even more than that of 1,000 mounts, and even more 100 mounts. Even an existence like Qin Feng would feel incomparably envious when he saw the offerings that he had received. As for whether or not the heavenly sacred prefecture was willing to give them worship, Qin Feng didn't care. Unwilling? After beating them up, he didn't believe that the experts of the heavenly sacred prefecture wouldn't learn their lesson. On the spot, suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he looked into the depths of the Zhang River. At the place where Jiang Huai was turned into smoke by the golden crow's flames, a pile of relics fell onto the surface of the water and drifted with the waves. Luo Chang reacted quickly. Her body emitted a burst of green light, which instantly transformed into a dozen green vines that shot out from her slender, jade-like hands and wrapped around the relics that were about to be swept away by the current. Something that could withstand the golden crow divine fire and not be incinerated was definitely not a simple treasure. 3 treasures appeared in front of them along with the green vines. Looking at these 3 treasures, Qin Feng's expression was slightly surprised. 3 treasures, a token, a piece of iron shining with a blue luster, and a bead. The token was black in color, and there were complicated patterns on it. It had been taken from Jiang Huai's body after his death, and it should have been hidden in the depths of his soul. With just a glance, Qin Feng understood. This was most likely a command token of a certain power. That Jiang Huai was most likely a spy sent by one of the clans that had infiltrated the Jiang clan. The 3 treasures floated in the air. Since Qin Feng and Luo Chang could see them, the others could also see them. Not good. Jiang Huai was exposed. Ordinary experts of the Water Mansion didn't know what the black token was, but some spies hiding in the dark knew it clearly. In a flash, many people's pupils shrank, and they knew that it was not good. As for a portion of the clan experts, they were deep in thought. At first glance, they knew that this token was not ordinary. Seeing the black token, Luo Chang's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of shock. As a reborn person, she had experienced the dark period after the Jiang family, so this token looked like the token of the Qi clan. Under her influence, the Jiang family had been plundered by the Qi clan many times. Many territories had fallen into the hands of the Qi clan, and many clans had been reduced to vassals or slaves. I didn't expect the Qi clan to know so much about the Jiang family. Should I find a way to remind the upper echelons of the Jiang family? Her heart shook violently, but Luo Chang's expression didn't change, as if she didn't know the origin of this token. Qin Feng looked at the black token. This thing was a time bomb. If ordinary people carried it with them, they didn't know when they would be in big trouble. With a wave of his sleeve, the black token flew out and went straight into the depths of the Zhang River. Seeing this, many people's expressions flickered quickly. Immediately, several forces sent their capable subordinates to snatch this thing. The Water Mansion was suspicious, and the other side was a chess piece of the Qi clan. These chess pieces were worried that the black token would be seen by others. They were afraid of being exposed, so they desperately wanted to snatch it. The 2 sides fought fiercely under the water, but for fear of angering Qin Feng and Luo Chang, they could only fight while carrying the black token. Seeing Qin Feng's actions, Luo Chang's eyes flashed, and her expression was a little strange. She even suspected that Qin Feng had noticed the existence of the Qi clan. Qin Feng glanced at the fierce battle under the water, and his expression was indifferent. His eyes fell on the second treasure. The blue treasure was a piece of divine iron, a piece of precious riverside divine iron. It should be a small piece of innate divine iron that was formed under the Zhang River after being washed by the water veins for billions of years. The Zhang River was huge and extraordinary. Many ordinary water systems originated from the Zhang River. It meandered like a river and gave birth to many clans and tribes in the Two River Basin. But it was still surprising that it could produce innate divine iron. As long as it was slightly nurtured and forged, this innate divine iron could be turned into a good, innate divine weapon. Luo Chang's watery eyes also fell on this piece of divine iron, and her beautiful eyes were slightly moved. She was also a person who knew what was good for her. The clan experts, when cultivating their surname power to a certain extent, needed some strange items to complete the transformation. If they wanted to turn their surname power into a divine beast, such as the Golden Crow, they would need to visualize the Golden Crow god and obtain a strange item from the Golden Crow. Only then could they use it as a form and finally have the body and soul to establish a supreme foundation. And if they wanted to nurture their surname power into a divine weapon, they would need an artifact like this divine iron in front of them as an artifact embryo and a basis for carving. After thousands of tempering, nurturing, and experiencing the 4 seasons of water and fire, the Great Void would finally take shape and turn into a supreme killing weapon. And as an artifact embryo, the better the quality, the greater the potential of the killing weapon. And an innate divine iron, like the Riverside divine iron, was undoubtedly the best material. Luo Chang's eyes flickered. This piece of innate divine iron was of the water attribute. It could be completely refined into an unparalleled sword weapon like the Ice Soul divine weapon or the Glacier divine weapon. Chapter 1846. The only pity was that it wasn't of the water element. However, it could be taken to the clan's black market and exchanged for divine wood of the same level. Luo Chang's watery eyes were slightly envious. Good stuff. Qin Feng waved his sleeve and put the divine metal into it. Then, his gaze fell on the third treasure. It was a pearl. It was exactly the same as the wood spirit pearl in the 9 spirit pearl. The only difference was that the wood spirit bead emitted a majestic dark green light, while this bead emitted a majestic light blue light that resembled the ocean. The water spirit pearl in the 9 spirit pearl. Luo Chang's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at the pearl. She actually found the water spirit pearl in the 9 spirit pearl in the Zhang River. Luo Chang wasn't the only one who discovered the water spirit pearl. On the other side, in the depths of the underwater palace, the Zhang River Water Lord was a knowledgeable person. He could tell at a glance that the water spirit pearl was extraordinary. Jianghuai actually has a treasure of this level. In the magnificent palace, the Zhang River Water Lord clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Although he could not recognize the true origin of the pearl, when he sensed the natural suppressive force the pearl exerted on him, he knew that it was definitely a treasure of a higher grade than an innate spirit pearl like the sea calming pearl. When he thought about how Jiang Huai had actually hidden it from him and secretly stole such a precious treasure, an indescribable rage rose in the Zhang Shui Water Lord's heart. If Jiang Huai was still alive, he would have cut him into pieces. In his anger, the Zhang River Water Lord looked at the floating pearl. His eyes flickered and turned into an icy coldness. I can't not fight for such a treasure. A faint and cold voice resounded in the hall. A stream of light flashed and disappeared from the throne. The death of a subordinate wasn't worth it. He had to fight to the death with an extremely powerful expert of the same level. However, if there was a piece of Xiantian iron and a Xiantian spirit pearl, the Zhang River Water Lord was completely tempted, even if he had to pay a price. As the Water Lord who controlled the Zhang River, he was very confident in his strength. Moreover, water suppressed fire. On the surface of the water, Qin Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the water spiritual pearl that had suddenly appeared. He did not expect that the powerhouse from the Mermaid clan would have such a treasure, even though he was weak. The 9 joint pearls contained a great opportunity and a great secret. The 9 spiritual pearls were the key to opening that opportunity. A hint of a smile flashed across his eyes, but it soon fluctuated slightly. His extremely powerful spiritual sense sensed that an invisible surging force was rushing toward them from the depths of the Zhang River. At the same time, an invisible force above the water suddenly isolated all the space around Zhang Shui, forming a special domain space. The torrential flood was like a great river with no beginning or end. It was abnormally terrifying. Deity territory. Zhang Shui, Waterlord, made his move. Although this wasn't the surface world, the power of the divine domain was indeed the same. As the creator of the divine domain, he was the one who made the rules of the world. He was the ruler of life and death. This is my territory, and I call the shots. This was also one of the strongest aspects of the Mountain Lord and the Water Lord, especially the restraint of the fire element. Under the suppression of the deity territory, it was multiplied several times. Under the huge gap created by the two sides, ordinary powerhouses of the same level only needed a few moves to completely suppress them. Qin Feng's expression did not change. He looked at the water spiritual pearl in front of his chest and smiled faintly. He stretched out a hand and flicked a pale, golden brilliance into the water spiritual pearl in front of him. In an instant, the water spiritual pearl bloomed with a sapphire blue brilliance. When the water spiritual pearl bloomed, the Zhongshui Water Lord, who was rushing over, felt an extreme uneasiness from the depths of his soul. Immediately, this uneasiness turned into horror. The blue brilliance of the water spiritual pearl flowed and instantly suppressed the Water Lord's deity territory that was born from the Zhang Shui. Under the sapphire blue brilliance, the entire Zhang Shui seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the Zhang Shui Water Lord suddenly woke up from his monstrous greed. It was as if cold water had been poured on his heated heart. Since the water spiritual pearl in front of him was a natural treasure that was superior to the Dinghai pearl, it obviously had the power to suppress the water vein. It could only be stronger than the Dinghai pearl. He thought that water could suppress fire and had a great chance of winning. However, in front of this pearl, it was a complete joke. In an instant, the power of the entire Zhang Shui was almost completely frozen under the Lord's sapphire blue brilliance. Qin Feng waved his sleeve. The sapphire spiritual pearl was like a sharp arrow. It rolled back with a boom, cut across the water surface, and hit the Zhang Shui Water Lord who was rushing over. Bang! Accompanied by a shocking scream, the Zhang Shui Water Lord's chest was blown apart by the pearl. Like a rainbow piercing the sun, his divine body exploded into pieces. Blood dyed a large area of the river red. In the blink of an eye, he completely dissipated with the rising undercurrent in the river. The Zhang Shui Water Lord was dead. Seeing this scene, many powerhouses of the surrounding clans were completely scared out of their wits. The Zhang Shui Water Lord, a powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor's stage, who used to be superior to countless clans around him, was actually dead. Then, looking at the two powerhouses on the water surface, many powerhouses of the clans avoided them as if they were snakes or scorpions. Whether it was the powerhouses of the Water Mansion or the powerhouses of the clans sent to fight for the Black Token, they all scattered in a hubbub as if they were avoiding the plague. The Water Lords of the major water systems were usually personally appointed by the Lord of the clan under the command of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. The death of any Water Lord would probably attract the attention of the Lord of the clan. Killing a Water Lord, the mysterious powerhouse in front of them was probably in big trouble. Lord Qin Feng, Luo Chang's beautiful eyes stared blankly at Qin Feng. She had never thought that Qin Feng would kill a Water Lord so directly. Then, she frowned. Killing a Water Lord directly was a big trouble. Sensing Luo Chang's incredulous gaze, Qin Feng smiled faintly. Don't be so afraid. That person is extremely cunning. Although I almost killed him, he was still alive in the end. Of course, this was the result of him deliberately showing mercy. Otherwise, the Water Lord of Zhang Shui would have died, even if he had 10 lives. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng waved his sleeve and the water spirit pearl was summoned back into his hand. He's not dead. Luo Chang's beautiful eyes widened. His body had been smashed to pieces, but he was still alive? Let's go. Let's leave this place first and study this water spirit pearl. Qin Feng ignored Luo Chang's expression. With a wave of his sleeve, a ray of light wrapped around Luo Chang, and they left on the surface of the river. In the huge water mansion, witnessing the death of the Water Lord, the Zhangshui water mansion was in chaos. In the back garden of the water mansion, the back garden was backed by a coral mountain. In the depths of the mountain, there was a pond. Outside the pond, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a huge spirit clam. At this moment, the spirit clam opened its mouth, and a strangely agile spirit clam flew out. A ray of light shot out and instantly turned into a naked baby in the cave. At this moment, the baby's face was still filled with fear. Chapter 1847. One move. Just one move was enough to shatter his divine body into pieces. Only his divine soul managed to escape. Zhangshui Water Lord also had a feeling that if that expert really wanted to kill him, his spirit wouldn't even be able to escape. The scene before his death seemed to appear in his mind. His face turned pale. Looking at his body, which was only 3 or 4 years old, Zhangshui Water Lord's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. If he hadn't made great contributions in his early years and been given a natural spirit clam by the Divine Arbiter, his spirit might have already returned to his hometown. This natural spirit clam was also born in the eye of a huge water system. For some experts who had lost their bodies, it was a second life. The spirit pearl born from the natural spirit clam could be said to be innately compatible with water. Feeling the divine power in his body gradually being reborn, Zhangshui Water Lord's eyes flashed. He saw the chaos in the Zhangshui underwater palace, but he had just been reborn from the flesh and blood of the natural spirit clam. He still needed some time to stabilize his innate body. He could only let the Zhangshui underwater palace be in chaos for a few days before he could go out and fix it. As for hunting down Qin Feng and taking back the 2 treasures, Zhangshui Water Lord had completely extinguished this idea. That mysterious expert was so terrifying that he probably already had a part of the Rage God's power. An expert of this level was already a powerful existence. He couldn't provoke him. The Zhangshui Water Lord could not even think of taking revenge. At this time, on an ordinary barren mountain around Zhangshui, Luo Chang stood at the entrance of the cave in green. Crackle. Outside the cave, it was raining heavily. Looking around, one could see green mountains everywhere. This was the difficult shore of Zhangshui. It was also a secondary clan under the Holy Prefecture. This was the territory of the Gao family. The Gao family was also one of the 12 famous clans of the Jiang family. The Gao family was the ruler of this area. It was winter to the north of Zhangshui and early winter to the south of Zhangshui. The rain was heavy and cold, permeating the mountains. In such weather, most of the ferocious beasts were hiding in their lairs. Only the ferocious beasts that were active in the cold winter would be unusually excited. The cave that Luo Chang was standing at was extremely steep from the foot of the mountain. Standing at the cave entrance, she suddenly felt that it was too cold to stand at such a high place. It was as if she was standing at the same height as a rainy day. Luo Chang liked this kind of weather. As a wood elemental, she could directly feel the tenacity of all living things in this kind of weather. She gazed into the cave. This place was originally the nest of a large bird. Not long ago, most of that bird had entered her stomach and become a tonic. In the cave, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. At this moment, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Obviously, he had gained something. Qin Feng had indeed gained something. After Zia had obtained the wood spirit ore from the 9-spirit orb, she had given it to him to take a look. Since it belonged to a junior, he did not refine it directly. Now that he had obtained the water spirit orb and refined it, Qin Feng realized that he had been careless in his thinking about this matter. After refining the water spirit orb, in addition to receiving a small amount of luck, he could vaguely sense the whereabouts of the other 8 spirit orbs through the water spirit orb. One of the spirit orbs was not far away. His divine consciousness could sense that it would not take long for him to find the spirit orb by following the Zhang River. It was the wood spirit orb in Zia's body. In addition, he could vaguely sense the whereabouts of the other 7 spirit orbs. As long as he followed this feeling, he believed that he would be able to find the traces of the other 7 spirit orbs. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. If he had obtained the 9 spirit orbs before he had become an eternal heaven lord, he would not have been able to defeat the emperor of the Jiang clan. But now that he had become an eternal heaven lord, if he could obtain the 9 spirit orb support, it would be enough for him to advance further, not to mention the secrets hidden behind the 9 spirit orbs. He should have more than a 50% chance of defeating the emperor of the Jiang clan. It seems that I need to plan carefully. With various thoughts flashing in his mind, Qin Feng instantly made a decision. Just as Qin Feng's eyes fell on the 9 spirit orbs again. The Qi clan. The word Qi was composed of mountains and insects, which very well described the current situation of the Qi clan. The Qi clan had hundreds of clans, which were distributed in the vast mountains to the south of the Jiang clan. Most of the Qi clan lived in the mountains, relying on caves and huge rocks to resist the fierce beasts in the mountains. The Qi clan was good at refining and controlling all kinds of poisonous insects. Their methods were strange. If the Headhunter clan was the king of the forest, then the Qi clan was the king of the mountains. Every adult warrior of the Qi clan was a natural hunter of the mountains. The Qi clan's nest was in the Li border, which was extremely long. The 9 most powerful clans of the Qi clan lived here, in the depths of the central Shangli Heavenly Palace. Master, I'm afraid that the people of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace have already known something. Recently, the investigation has been very strict. All the strange experts who enter the 12 river basins have been interrogated. Some of the clan warriors sent by the Qi clan have been inexplicably detained for various reasons. I'm afraid there's a change in it. If this continues, the other group of experts who sneaked in will also be killed by them one after another. I suggest to change the plan and take action in advance. On the huge, ancient throne made of pure boulders, decorated with sky-high horns, a figure sat on the stone throne. His aura was rolling like a mountain pressing on the old man who spoke in front of the hall. Qi Wu held the snake staff, with 2 black snakes coiled around his arms and bone earrings. His face was smeared with strange oil paint, and his figure was stooped, but the aura exuding from his body was unusually high. In fact, as the great wizard of the Qi clan, Qi Wu was almost above 10,000 people and below 1 person. In terms of strength, even in the Jiang clan, there were few people who could be his opponent. As an old wizard, many Aragami in the surrounding clans suspected that this old man might have already advanced to the last of the 3 realms of Aragami. However, in front of the terrifying existence of the stone throne, this old wizard whose fierce name shook the Shifang clan was so humble. Qi Wu did not feel ashamed. The 3rd realm of Aragami might be high and mighty in other clans. It could be called the top sacred in the epics and myths. However, he knew deeply that in front of this terrifying existence on the throne, it was nothing. It was nothing at all. Every time he faced this terrifying clan god, under this terrifying aura, the old wizard felt like an ant that could be drowned at any time. On the stone throne, although the great wizard brought bad news, the terrifying existence on the stone throne did not change his expression, like an immovable demon god. However, there was a flash of light in his eyes, as if he was thinking. Chapter 1848. What made the Flame Emperor search so intensely? I'm afraid there's a secret behind it. On the stone throne, the terrifying existence's gaze changed. Of course, the Flame Emperor might have found out that the Alliance was encroaching on the Jiang clan's territory. He raised his head and looked at the Grand Wizard. A cold and majestic voice sounded in the main hall. Inform the Roan clan, the Headhunter clan, and other clans to prepare for action. Yes. The Grand Wizard's eyes lit up. He bowed respectfully and immediately left the main hall. With the movement of the Qi clan, more than a dozen clans, large and small, began to move. The huge war machines began to be mobilized and gathered at the intersection of the clans and the Jiang clan. A huge chaos began to appear from the four palaces under the command of the Zhongshui Divine Palace. The Divine Palaces bordering the clans were the first to be affected. Undercurrents were surging. It was as if a few undercurrents had suddenly entered a body of water, stirring the water into a mass of chaos. This was especially true for the Heavenly Sacred Hall, Heavenly Accumulation Hall, Heavenly Bull Hall, and Southern Sky Hall that were subordinate to the Zhongshui Divine Palace near the Zhongshui Divine Palace. Within a short period of time, several secondary thousand mounts were seized by the spies of more than 10 clans. Large swaths of clans and tribes were severed, forcibly declaring their independence from the Jiang clan. In addition to the Zhongshui Divine Palace, there were also many clans in the Martial Arts Divine Palace and the Lu Yi Divine Palace. Some of the 1,000 mounts were controlled by force and separated from the Jiang clan. Other than the 1,000-mount capital, there were even more 100-mount clan capital that had been usurped. This included the southern Zhongshui Divine Palace, which was at the center of the storm of war between the Alliance and the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan was not a pushover. While the Jiang clan was investigating, the upper echelons of the Jiang clan had already noticed that the other clans were meditating. During this time, they had secretly sent people to investigate. In a short time after these clans' capitals were seized, the three divine palaces immediately reacted. In a short time, groups of experts emerged and appeared in the 1,000 mounts and 100 mounts that were the most severely affected. They mobilized the experts of the various clans and stepped forward one after another. They took back the major capitals in a short time. In addition, the Flame Emperor's Celestial Palace had also issued many wartime orders at once to control the situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation would have deteriorated. The Qi clan, the Headhunting clan, the Rong clan, the Yeoman clan, and the other clans were all shocked by the rapid reaction of the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan was much more powerful than he had imagined. But the various races were not afraid. The higher-ups of the Alliance had long been prepared for such a situation. Since he couldn't continue with his sneak attacks, he could only attack head-on. More and more powerful cultivators from the Alliance entered the Jiang clan's territory from the intersection of the various clans and the Jiang clan, beginning their official invasion. Among the Alliance, in terms of strength, the Qi clan and the Rong clan were naturally the strongest. Therefore, these two clans occupied a large area of the Jiang clan's territory. The battle had been going on in the territory of the Jiang clan. The battlefield extended for 1,000,000 miles, tearing a few giant wounds on the territory of the Jiang clan. On the battlefield, cultivators of the clans were dying at every moment. Their clans were being captured by the Alliance. If the Jiang clan were to fight one-on-one, neither the most powerful Jiang clan nor the Rong clan would be a match for the Jiang clan. But when more than 10 clans of various sizes joined forces, even the powerful Jiang clan would find it very difficult to deal with them. In the Yin Emperor's Celestial Palace, Father, the Qi clan, the Rong clan, the Headhunting clan, the Yeoman clan, the Qiangsang clan, Gaoxing clan, Yuyu clan, and Ichi clan are too powerful. Although the 12 godly palaces have joined the battle, we still can't control the situation. Although the cultivators of our clans have fought to the death, and many clan capitals have changed hands several times, there have been many casualties. Many places have begun to retreat. Among the 12 godly palaces, more than half of the Zhongshui godly palace has been destroyed. With the advance of the Alliance, the situation of the Wushu Godly Palace and the Lui Godly Palace is not optimistic. The few large clans around us that haven't made a move yet, the Qi clan, the Ji clan, the Shang clan, and the Ying clan are already ready to make a move. Father, please make a plan soon. In front of the huge crimson godly tree, there was a handsome young man in a fiery red robe with his hair tied up. He had inherited part of the Flame Emperor's kingly aura and looked extremely noble, like a young overlord. In fact, his status in the Jiang clan was indeed noble. The Flame Emperor had many children in his life, and many of them were crown princes and princesses who had achieved success in their cultivation. According to the rules of the heavenly palaces, only those who had cultivated the Huangshan body could be called crown princes or princesses. Ordinary children could only aim for the titles of prince or princess. Some of the more talented ones could suppress a region and become crown princes with real power. The red-robed young man in front of him was also unusually eye-catching among the many crown princes. Crown Prince Yanju. He was the most powerful among the crown princes after the Flame Emperor and was also the most likely person to become the next Flame Emperor. At this moment, the flames on his body were like a dragon. These were not ordinary flames, not the fire of the earth, not the fire of the sky, and not the ordinary spiritual fire or divine fire. He was like the sun in the sky, unparalleled like the sun. Looking at the young man in front of him, the Flame Emperor's eyes carried a slight smile. He was undoubtedly very satisfied with this eldest son in front of him. He was at the peak of the third level of the Huangshan realm and had already gathered 9 occult mysteries. This eldest son had already found his own path and would definitely be able to break through to the eternal emperor realm in the future. He only needed to wait for the position of emperor in the clan to logically reach the same height as the Flame Emperor in the shortest time possible. When he opened his eyes, it seemed as if there were flames burning in them. A faint but dignified voice sounded in the fiery red forest. Juyan, what do you think our clan should do? Was this a consideration? Juyan's expression changed slightly. He raised his head and met the gaze in the depths of his eyes, a bright light flashing in them. I think we can prepare in 2 ways. First, we can mobilize the experts in the clan and focus on attacking the clans of the Alliance. Then, we can send people to try to rope in some of the smaller clans. Those smaller clans are mostly fence-sitters. Even if we can't make them turn against us, we can at least delay their attacks and buy us some time to defeat the other clans. Send out envoys to contact the Ji clan, the Ing clan, and the Ji clan. These clans are related to our clan by marriage and persuade them to send troops. At the very least, we have to reduce the pressure on Father. Yanju raised his head, his gaze somewhat solemn. Although he had yet to ascend to the eternal emperor realm, he was only half a step away from it. His powerful spiritual senses could clearly sense that the sky outside the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace was currently filled with dense clouds. Although he could not see it directly, he could sense that an extremely powerful enemy had set their sights on the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. The Flame Emperor needed allies now. Chapter 1849. Obviously, the Qi clan, the Rong clan, and the emperors behind the various clans had their eyes on the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. A good tiger could not defeat a pack of wolves. Among the major clans, I think we should consider the Ji clan first. Yanju's expression flickered as he spoke. Negotiations are based on equal status. Now that the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace is targeted by the alliance of clans, I'm afraid they are behind it. The Flame Emperor shook his head slightly, his eyes indifferent. Yanju opened his eyes with a shocked expression. How could they? The Flame Emperor said indifferently. There's nothing impossible about it. Everyone is interested in profit. The Jiang clan has been expanding too quickly these years. The entire Mountain Sea, one colony, is only this big. Unless they are willing to be annexed by the Jiang clan or retreat to the Mountain Sea 2 colony, a colony will eventually be unified one day. Yanju's expression was slightly unpleasant. In the Mountain Sea, every colony was extremely precious. These colonies were the lifeblood of the clans. If they were lost, not only would it be difficult to improve their cultivation, but survival would also become a problem. He knew that not every colony could support the survival of the clans. Many colonies had extreme environments or were simply a paradise for ferocious beasts. Only God knew how much the Jiang clan had paid in order to establish the Mountain Sea 1 colony. Then what should we do? Yanju's eyes were filled with a trace of worry. After hearing the Flame Emperor's words, he realized that the situation was more dangerous than he had imagined. At the same time, Yanju was a little nervous. As the most powerful clan in this colony, the Jiang clan had never encountered such a dangerous situation since he was born. Seeing Yin Ju's expression, the Flame Emperor smiled and said gently, "Don't worry. The Flame Emperor's celestial palace is not a pushover. Even if the Jiang clan is defeated, I could drag a few of them down with me. For the time being, they will only send their subordinates to test us. You go and prepare first. As for reinforcements, I already have some ideas." Speaking of reinforcements, a strange look flashed across the Flame Emperor's eyes. He remembered the foreign aura that had flashed across the Mountain C1 colony not long ago. He was now certain that it was definitely a wild emperor from outside. What was a wild emperor? It was an emperor without his own clan. He had originally planned to suppress or drive it away, but now some ideas appeared in the Flame Emperor's mind. The Ji clan. The 12 branches of the Ji, Yu, Qi, Ji, Tung, Bai, Ren, Sun, Ji, Bai, Bai, and Yi. On the banks of the Wei River, in the ancestral land of the Sun tribe, there were countless nests. This was a huge silkworm forest. It was a crimson silkworm forest, as red as the sun. In a nest-like treehouse on a huge fire mulberry tree near the center, a beautiful woman dressed in colorful clothes opened her beautiful eyes from her cultivation. A 7-colored brilliance circulated around her. There was a massive aura within her body that she was forcefully suppressing. This aura was extremely majestic, and even if a trace of it leaked out, it could easily destroy countless worlds. Of the chi, of will, of chi will, she will clan, bloodline clan, bloodline clan, and of, sensing the condensation of the birth chart, the multicolored woman's eyes turned sharp like a sword that could tear through the heavens. Pangu's Saint Emperor, Manhuang's Saint Emperor, Annihilation General, Gantian Demon Lord. As she muttered these names, the 7-colored light in her eyes turned into flames. This multicolor-robed woman was none other than the former master of the Glaze heavenly region, Holy Lord Glaze. With the help of the Sun clan's branch, she advanced step by step and climbed to the top of the Sun clan's main branch in a short period of time. The speed of his advancement was so fast that it left others flabbergasted. Her current identity was the concubine of one of the Aragami from the Sun clan. Of course, the Aragami who coveted her beauty had been completely controlled by her and had been reduced to a puppet. Next, as long as I enter the Yellow Emperor's celestial palace and obtain the sacrifices of the 12 branches of the Ji clan, or even all the clans under them, I will be able to restore my peak strength and even break through to the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm. Colored Glaze, Holy Lord's eyes flashed with ambition. Now that she had received the Sun clan's offerings, she could feel that the pull of the inner world on her had been reduced by 50 to 60%. She could imagine that if she could obtain the offerings of the clans on the land of the Ji clan, she could use it to leave the inner world and return to the surface world. At the thought of being able to return to the surface world to take revenge, Saint Lord Colored Glaze's eyes turned cold. After coming out of seclusion, Colored Glaze, Holy Lord, quickly learned about the situation of the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan is in chaos. Colored Glaze, Holy Lord's beautiful eyes changed slightly on the fiery red mulberry leaf futon in the center of the nest. As intelligent as she was, she immediately sensed that this was an opportunity. If the Jiang clan was in chaos, the alliance of clans would take the opportunity to expand their territory. Faced with such great pressure from the alliance of clans, the Jiang clan might not be able to continue. Thus, Colored Glaze Holy Lord had several advantageous choices. She could make a fortune from this and use it to break through to the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm. Colored Glaze Holy Lord now had 2 choices. One was to persuade the Sun clan to send troops to plunder the Jiang clan and gain merits. She would stand out and enter the upper level of the Yellow Emperor's celestial palace. The second choice was to join the Jiang clan's side. One could imagine that the Flame Emperor of the Jiang clan was currently facing enemies from all sides, especially the suppression of the emperors of the various clans. The Colored Glaze Holy Master could definitely use this as an opportunity to join the Jiang clan's camp and receive the Jiang clan's worship. Both of these plans had a lot of room for maneuver. Colored Glaze, Holy Lord's eyes flickered, but she found it difficult to make a choice. She instinctively leaned towards a second choice. However, it wasn't easy for her to build such a foundation in the Ji clan. Colored Glaze, Holy Lord was reluctant to give up, especially when she had already obtained a portion of the Sun clan's profits. However, Colored Glaze, Holy Lord soon made a choice. She decided to work together. She would temporarily create a doppelganger to guard the Sun clan and protect her current achievements. Her original body would go to the Jiang clan to meet the Jiang clan's Flame Emperor and seek an alliance to obtain the offerings of the Jiang clan. With this two-pronged approach, she would be the winner no matter which side had a problem. After making the decision, Colored Glaze, Holy Lord immediately set off. She found an opportunity to create a doppelganger. Her original body set off from the Sun clan, passing through the territories of several large clans and heading towards the Jiang clan. In the cave in the Gao clan's territory, after refining the Water Spirit Pearl, Qin Feng also sensed the alliance of clans' actions through the Gao clan. At the same time, he also saw an opportunity to obtain the fate of the Jiang clan. Chapter 1850. Fishing with the current was like harvesting chestnuts amidst chaos. Qin Feng was an expert at this. Now that the Jiang clan was besieged and the sovereigns had set their sights on the Flame Emperor's celestial palace, this was the perfect time to take over. However, Qin Feng had another option. He could join the Qi clan, the Rong clan, or some other alliance and take the opportunity to take over some of the Jiang clan's clans. However, Qin Feng didn't want to take this path until the very end. Farming seemed grand, but would take too long. He didn't know when it would be enough to support the ascension to the eternal sacred ancestor realm. Farming was better than picking up the ready-made ones. Although he'd set his sights on the Jiang clan, Qin Feng didn't act immediately. Qin Feng knew very well that now wasn't the time to get involved. As the saying went, better to add flowers to embroidery than to provide timely assistance. Before the sovereigns gave the Flame Emperor a good beating, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to show how precious he was. But before that, I have to increase my strength. Qin Feng stretched out a hand, and a spirit orb glowing with sapphire blue light appeared in his palm. Each of the 9 spirit pearls was comparable to the luck of 1 or 2 regions. If he could obtain all 9 of them, he would be able to obtain all 9 of them. If he could get all of them, it would be enough to greatly increase his strength. Right now, he'd only just stepped into the eternal heavenly Lord realm. If he could get the 9 spirit orb, he'd be able to reach the peak of that realm in a short time. This 9 spirit pearl contained a mighty power, and it also contained some extremely mysterious and inconceivable mysteries. Qin Feng even had a trace of hope. Perhaps he could advance to the eternal sacred ancestor realm even without the Jiang clan's offerings. Let's go. Grabbing Luo Chang, Qin Feng sped out of the Gao clan's territory like a gust of wind. Luo Chang didn't resist. Feeling her body fly through the wind, her eyes flashed with surprise. Even a cultivator at the great circle of wind, profound mysteries couldn't fly at such a terrifying speed. Obviously, this confirmed some of the guesses in her mind. A rage god? Obviously. From her point of view, this mysterious expert must be an extremely powerful origami. The wind howled, and in the blink of an eye, he had traversed hundreds of thousands of miles. The two of them had already left the range of the heavenly sacred hall. They flew downstream of the Zhang River and appeared at the border between the Jiang clan and a small clan. The border area was a huge barren mountain range, which seemed to stretch over 1,000,000 miles. It stood tall and lofty. It was hard to imagine that a barren mountain range could be so majestic. Looking at this mountain range, Luo Chang was stunned for a moment. She looked at Qin Feng with a look of disbelief. Russia Mountains. This was the territory of a sizable clan, the Sea clan. The Sea clan was also one of the clans in the invading alliance. This clan worshipped the power of metal, and the power of the Sea clan was mainly awakened with the power of metal, or all kinds of divine weapons. Luo Chong had a deep impression of the Sea Clan because in her memories, during the later stages of the war between the Alliance and the Jiang clan, a very famous treasure had appeared in the Russia Mountains where the Sea Clan was located. That treasure was the gold spirit pearl of the 9 spirit pearls. The Russia Mountains looked barren, but in fact they contained all kinds of rich mineral veins, including dozens of spirit ores. With the help of this pearl, the Sea Clan even stepped into the realm of a large clan from a small clan in one fell swoop. They prospered for a time. The Sea Clan leader, Si Chio, also used this pearl to become the Gold Emperor. The Sea Clan was known as the Gold Clan and was incomparably prominent. It was not until the Gold Emperor was destroyed and the Gold Spirit Pearl was taken away by a god that the legend of the Gold Clan came to an end. Could it be that he was also reborn? How did he know there was a Gold Spirit Pearl here? Luo Chong looked at Qin Feng with round eyes. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the majestic mountain range beneath his feet. Of course, he was not a clairvoyant who knew there was a Gold Spirit Pearl here. He found this place with the help of the Water Spirit Pearl based on the resonance between the 9 spirit pearls in his body. His eyes flashed as he glanced around. His body turned into a pale, golden flow and burrowed into the ground. A moment later, he turned into a beam of golden light and shot out of the ground. When he reappeared, there was a spirit pearl the size of a goose egg in his hand that was swirling with golden light. The faint golden light was incomparably heavy and contained an unparalleled sharpness that could cut through the heavens. It really is a gold spirit pearl. Luo Chong almost could not help but exclaim. In the end, she forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart. After casually refining the gold spirit pearl, Qin Feng felt that the eternal life chart in his body seemed to have been injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant, increasing the fortune of heaven and earth by a lot. At the same time, the gold precepts of heaven and earth were being continuously analyzed by him. It would not be long before he could completely comprehend them and master them into a new precepts of heaven and earth. This was equivalent to having another life. After casually storing the gold spirit pearl into his body, Qin Feng ignored the expression of the girl in green. He looked in a direction, grabbed her, and turned into a beam of light that flew away. Luo Chang's beautiful eyes could not help but have a strange look as she was being carried by Qin Feng. Looking in the direction they were flying, her heart felt heavy. It seemed to be the direction of another spirit pearl. The girl did not know why, but she suddenly felt very depressed. It was as if she felt that something that belonged to her was being taken away by someone else. One had to know that the whereabouts of the 9 spirit pearl was related to her future plans to a certain extent. She had originally planned to find the 9 spirit pearls one by one after she had succeeded in her cultivation. Then, she would use them to cultivate to Deshang, enter the upper echelons of the clan, and strive for the legendary realm. Now, her entire plan was probably going to be ruined. As a reincarnated person, seeing the various treasures that were related to her future being taken away by someone else, this feeling, Qin Feng's flying speed was extremely fast. In a short period of time, another 2 spirit pearls fell into his hands. They were the Earth Spirit Pearl and the Thunder Spirit Pearl. The 9 spirit pearls consisted of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth spirit pearls, as well as the wind, lightning, yin, and yang spirit pearls. The earth spirit pearl was in the hands of the leader of a small clan under the Wild Deer Divine Palace. It was the clan's most precious treasure. That small clan clearly knew its value. They had hidden the earth spirit pearl deeply. Only the clan leader of the clan was able to detect the existence of this spirit pearl. However, it was clear that they had encountered a robber like Qin Feng who knew everything about them. They did not have any ability to resist and were robbed of their treasures. The Thunder Spirit Pearl was an ownerless item. It was hidden in the nest of an ancient bird emperor. It was a golden phoenix, and Qin Feng had stolen it from its nest. At this point, 4 spirit pearls had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. Among the 4 spirit pearls, the one that was most useful to Qin Feng was undoubtedly the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Chapter 1851. With the Thunder Spirit Pearl, Qin Feng's comprehension of the lightning laws of heaven and earth had improved by leaps and bounds. Thanks to this, Qin Feng had reached the 6th level of the Eternal Secret Codex, becoming one with the universe. He'd reached the heavens in a single step. Although there was only one level between the 6th and 5th levels of the Eternal Secret Codex, the difference was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Qin Feng, at the 5th level of the Eternal Realm, had entered the Eternal Lord Realm. Qin Feng, at the 6th level of the Eternal Realm, had surpassed the veteran Eternal Lord Realm and was more than capable of protecting himself against the Eternal Sacred Ancestor. The Eternal Sacred Ancestor was an extremely powerful existence. The Eternal Sacred Ancestor had formed the eternal fate, and the laws of heaven and earth he'd mastered were embedded in the depths of the void, the source of all Taos. He possessed the power of immortality and indestructibility. To a certain extent, the Eternal Sacred Ancestor was worthy of the word sacred. In the endless chaos and the void, he was immortal and indestructible. He could only be suppressed, not killed. He possessed part of the power of a true sacred. However, the void had many dimensions, and the Eternal Sacred Ancestor could only be a one-dimensional true sacred. Once the great tribulation of the chaos epic occurred and the dimensions collapsed, the Eternal Sacred Ancestor wouldn't be able to escape. Regardless, there weren't many existences like the Eternal Sacred Ancestor in the void. After breaking through to the Eternal Sacred Ancestor level, the Eternal Sacred Ancestor was no longer a pawn in the enormous, mutated world. He had the right to become a chess player. Whether it was the outer world or the inner world, he had the right to act as a supreme consciousness. He could sit back and watch from the sidelines as the chaos epic changed. Even the great tribulation of the chaos epic couldn't erase the Eternal Sacred Ancestor's existence. However, even with the Thunder Spirit Pearl, he hadn't truly reached the 6th level of the Eternal Secret Codex, even though he'd surpassed the average Eternal Lord Realm in battle. He still needed some time to work on it. Most importantly, there was a hidden benefit to the Eternal Secret Codex after reaching the 6th level. Qin Feng could begin to cultivate a second type of eternal power. A clash between eternal forefathers was a contest of the types of eternal power they had mastered and their understanding of it. Purple lightning surged from Qin Feng's body, and a destructive purple lightning twirled around him. Even though Luo Chang did not understand what realm Qin Feng was at, she knew that this mysterious powerhouse's cultivation had definitely improved greatly. The envy in Luo Chang's heart could not be contained. This was not surprising. After obtaining 4 of the 9 spirit pearls, anyone else would have a great improvement in their cultivation. However, his refining speed was not as fast as Qin Feng's. On top of the tall ancient tree and the bird's nest, the lightning around Qin Feng gradually dissipated, and the purple light disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked around. The ancient parasol tree was built on one of the mountain ridges, and there was a hidden volcanic crevice beneath its feet. Red light rushed out from the crevice, and a blazing aura seeped out from the crevice. In the distance, the golden phoenix that had escaped from its nest hovered above his head, not daring to land. The golden phoenix was a top divine bird, and its strength was comparable to that of a monarch. It already had its own intelligence, and knew that it might have encountered an unparalleled powerhouse. Even though its nest had been stolen, it only dared to hover in the distance, not daring to act rashly. Sensing the changes in his body, Qin Feng's eyes flashed. Next, he had to find the other 4 spirit pearls. Of the 9 spirit pearls, he had already obtained the metal, water, and earth spirit pearls of the 5 elements. As for the wind spirit pearl, he had also obtained the Thunder Spirit Pearl. He already knew where the Wood Spirit Pearl was. This meant that his next target could be the other 4 Spirit Pearls. The Fire Spirit Pearl, the Wind Spirit Pearl, the Pure Yin Pearl, and the Pure Yang Pearl. With 4 Spirit Pearls in his body, he could sense the other 5 Spirit Pearls very strongly. Through this, Qin Feng looked in the direction of the Ji clan. Of the remaining 4 Spirit Pearls, the Pure Yang Pearl, and the wind spirit pearl seemed to be in the G clan's territory. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force swept up the green-clothed girl, whose thoughts were running wild, and the two of them flew toward the G clan's territory like a gust of wind. The G clan and the G clan were two large clans in the Mountain Sea one gathering place that were not inferior to the Jiang clan at all. The G clan was named after the G River. In fact, the G River was not a very large water body. In the beginning, it might not have been comparable to the Jiang River, G River, and other water bodies that Qinfeng had seen. The reason why it was famous in the Mountain Sea was because the first generation of the G clan moved to the banks of the G River. Only then did they gain a foothold and grow stronger step by step, finally becoming a colossus on par with the Jiang clan. It was also thanks to the development of the G clan generation after generation of powerhouses that the G River swallowed the water bodies around it, which allowed it to span hundreds of millions of miles and be known as the G clan's #1 water body. However, although the G clan lived by the water, they were not famous for their water element. Above the G clan was the Yellow Emperor's celestial palace, and the Yellow Emperor was an earth element emperor. He was naturally skilled in comprehending the mysteries of earth. In the Jiang clan, the divine arbiters were mostly the water lords of the water bodies, while the mountain lords were only a minority. However, the G clan was the exact opposite. The mountain lords had a higher status, while the water lords were relatively fewer in number and had a higher status. The G clan was most famous for its 12 branches: Ji, Yu, Qi, Ji, Tung, Ji, Run, Sun, Ji, Yi, and Yi. Qinfeng grabbed Luo Chang and crossed over mountains and rivers to reach the Qi clan's territory. The Qi clan under the Ji clan originated from a huge branch of the Ji River, the Qi clan. It was backed by Mount Qi, a place with excellent feng shui. Mount Qi was verdant and lush, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a soaring dragon soaring between heaven and earth. It was a spectacular sight. When his figure appeared in the sky above Mount Qi, Qinfeng sensed that the connection between the 9 spirit pearls had become extremely clear. Qinfeng could clearly sense that it was the wind spirit pearl of the 9 spirit pearls. However, Qinfeng did not rush down to seize the wind spirit pearl like he did when he obtained the earth spirit pearl. Qinfeng frowned as he looked at the clouds and mist below him. Among the countless majestic Qi clan members, there were 4 spirit pearls that were different from the ones he obtained. He sensed that the wind spirit pearl seemed to be in the hands of a very powerful Qi clan member. It was most likely a Qi clan desolate god. Below Mount Qi was the Qi clan's main camp. There were several powerful Qi clan desolate gods in seclusion. It was not difficult to kill these Qi clan desolate gods, but it was easy to alert the Yellow Emperor. When that time came, it would be even more difficult to seize the pure Yang pearl. He turned his gaze and looked at the green-clothed girl beside him, who had a strange expression. An idea came to Qinfeng's mind. Chapter 1852. In a mountain range, there was a place surrounded by divine trees. Here, one after another, tall spiraling dragon trees were spiraling. Their green branches were like coils of dragon scales, coiling around the mountain walls. The branches were the size of bowls, and the orange flowers swayed on the branches covered in dragon scales. A strange fragrance assailed the nostrils. For some experts who had comprehended the wood spirit, this kind of divine tree was even a precious treasure to increase the strength of the clan. On this bowl-sized divine tree, the green-clothed girl sat cross-legged. The wood spirit was absorbing the power of this divine tree, and the dense wood energy visible to the naked eye was absorbed by an illusory wood vine that appeared around her. The aura on her body became stronger. The aura grew. However, as her cultivation increased, the green-clothed girl couldn't help but look around. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger and nervousness. "Don't look around." At this moment, a low voice suddenly sounded in her ears. The green-clothed girl's heart skipped a beat. She was so frightened that she hurriedly closed her eyes, but she was cursing someone in her heart for being too heartless. "You actually used me as bait." The green-clothed girl was depressed. Feeling the spiritual bead on her body, she felt angry and wronged. She wanted to ruin someone's good fortune, but she didn't dare to get up. Probably sensing the green-clothed girl's grievance, an invisible voice sounded in her ears and comforted her. "Don't worry. With me here, that Chi clan expert can't hurt you. Moreover, I can promise you that if this matter succeeds, I will give you some benefits. Haven't you always been envious of my transformation technique? As long as this matter succeeds, I will teach you a transformation technique that will guarantee you endless benefits." The voice had a trace of smile. Hearing this, the green-clothed girl's nervous eyes lit up. She had long been envious of Qin Feng's ability to transform. If she could cultivate it successfully, there was no doubt that it would be beneficial to her. No, at least a few more transformations. 3. The green-clothed girl bargained, but she wasn't satisfied. "All right, don't be dissatisfied. That transformation technique is extremely complicated. With your cultivation, you can only cultivate one. If you cultivate too many, it will only be harmful to you." "I see." The green-clothed girl was rather disappointed. She didn't doubt the truth of Qin Feng's words. "All right, that person is coming. Guard your mind and close your eyes." At this moment, the voice sounded again. Hearing this, the young girl in green clothes was shocked. She quickly calmed her mind, closed her eyes, and sat cross-legged. She put all her attention on absorbing the wood chi of the revolving dragon wood. In the depths of the Qishan mountain range, there was a huge eye of the storm. This was a famous innate wind eye. The scorching innate wind eye blew out from the center of the wind eye, blowing away the mountain wind and forming many strange wind holes. Just like a person's 100 orifices, they were accessible in all directions. The natural wind power had been blowing all year round, and many precious natural wind essence stones have been born in the depths of the mountain range. Apart from that, all kinds of other treasures had also been born. In the center of the eye of the storm, on top of a large rock, a powerhouse dressed in gray with an unusually dignified aura was sitting cross-legged. He was surrounded by countless terrifying pale gray winds. Her hand seals changed. Countless wisps of gray wind filled the air, formless and impermanent. Above his head, there was a light gray bead that was faintly emitting a bright light. Under the bright light, it seemed to be able to control the countless thin gray wind that was like a divine blade. Wind bead. At this moment, the powerhouse on top of the rock, who looked like a god of wind, suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of surprise and excitement appeared. A spirit bead has appeared outside Mount Qi. In the blink of an eye, he stood up from the gray wind and looked outside the mountain. But instinctively, there was still a trace of vigilance in his eyes. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. It's a water spirit bead. It seems that a little girl who's not even at the king stage has accidentally picked it up. It seems that the heavens are on my side. A smile appeared in the gray-robed cultivator's eyes. He no longer hesitated. In an instant, he left the eye of the storm with a gust of wind. He passed through the countless wind holes on Mount Qi and appeared halfway up the mountain. Once he was halfway up the mountain, the powerhouse in gray turned into a howling gust of gray wind. He blew for tens of thousands of miles, passing through mountain after mountain. Above a ravine, the expert in gray found a whirlwind dragon tree that was as thick as a bull's mouth. It was clinging to the mountain wall. On the mountain wall, a young girl in green clinging to the revolving dragon wood caught his attention. The girl in green was absorbing the wood energy of the revolving dragon wood to nurture a wood spirit. Among the Ji clan's 12 clans, most of the Qi clan's disciples awakened a wood spirit. She might be a lucky little fellow in the clan. To be able to cultivate to the ancient stage at such a young age, she could be considered quite talented. The powerhouse in gray secretly guessed, but then his eyes turned fierce. "But since you've met me, Qi Zhen, you can only count yourself unlucky." On the revolving dragonwood, the girl in green felt the undisguised ferocity in the eyes of the powerhouse. She felt as if her entire body was frozen by a terrifying warning. As if the god of death was staring at her, her mind shook violently. Am I going to die here? As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, the girl in green felt the terrifying warning fade away. She subconsciously raised her head to look at the sky. In the sky, a faint purple light appeared behind the figure in gray. As the light fell, Qin Feng appeared and waved his sleeve. It was as if the entire sky was covered by his sleeve. Even the terrifying figure in gray was suddenly sucked into the sleeve. With a flash of light, Qin Feng disappeared from the sky. When he reappeared, he was already beside the girl in green. Silently, he floated by the side of the mountain. The girl in green looked at the scene in a daze. She looked at Qin Feng, who suddenly appeared beside her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and disbelief. She was sure that the powerhouse in gray who wanted to kill her must be a terrifying origami. However, this terrifying origami could not even resist in front of Master Qin Feng. In an instant, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This kind of divine power was unbelievable. "I've finally lured this guy out." Qin Feng chuckled like a young fisherman who had successfully caught a fish by the river. The powerhouse in gray was still suppressed in his sleeve. He released a stream of eternal saint energy and easily sealed him. With a flick of his sleeve, the powerhouse in gray flew out. At the same time, as the powerhouse in gray looked furious, a gray light rushed out from his body. Windbead. The powerhouse in gray stared at Qin Feng as if he wanted to eat him alive. At this time, he knew that he had been tricked. The girl in green who seemed to have delivered herself to him was just a bait. A trace of regret appeared in his eyes, and the anger in his heart almost exploded. Chapter 1853. Qin Feng glanced at the Qi clan's origami that had taken a bait. With a wave of his sleeve, he slammed the origami onto the mountain wall. With a flash in his eyes, two beams of golden light shot out from his eyes and landed on the origami's body. One could see with the naked eye that the origami's body had transformed into a similar spiraling dragon tree on the mountain wall, taking root on the mountain wall. Within the spiraling dragon tree, the origami's soul was sealed within. It was twisting madly as it tried to struggle. However, no matter what, it could not leave the roots. It could only toss and turn countless leaves and branches until their sap flew everywhere. However, there was nothing it could do. The girl in green looked at the scene with a horrified expression. A origami had been sealed so easily and turned into a mountain vine. How terrifying was such a method? Luo Chang shuddered. One could imagine how terrifying it would be to grow on the mountain wall and be blown by the wind every day. It could neither live nor die. It was fixed on the same spot every day. Qin Feng took a look at the desolate god. He was not intentionally torturing the Qi clan's desolate god. It was just that he could not kill the origami directly to avoid alerting the Yellow Emperor's heavenly palace. Hence, he could only seal it on spot. Qin Feng glanced at the area. In order to prevent any ferocious beast from discovering this place and eating the Qi clan's origami, Qin Feng waved his hand and laid down a natural maze around the area, ensuring that no one would discover this place within a short period of time. Finally, his gaze landed on the wind spirit pearl in front of his chest. He threw out a beam of eternal saint energy and absorbed it into his body, slowly refining it. This was the fifth wind spirit pearl that he had obtained. The eternal life chart in his body was getting brighter and brighter. It was faintly transforming into a solid state. The 14th precept of heaven and earth, the wind precept of heaven and earth, will be mastered by him soon. At the same time, under the girl in green's resentful gaze, Qin Feng waved his sleeve. The water spirit pearl flew out of the girl in green's body and landed in Qin Feng's hand. Next is the pure yang pearl. After storing the wind spirit pearl into his body, Qin Feng looked at the depths of Mount Qi. The shape of the Ji clan's 12 clans was like a huge circle. First, there were the guards guarding the surroundings. In the center was the Ji River, the true origin of the Ji clan. That place was called Yoxiong. In the distance, in the south of Yuxiong Kingdom, one could clearly see the huge city wall of Yuxiong. It stood majestically beside the Wei River, like the kingdom of a giant god on earth. A barbaric and majestic aura surged toward him. With just a glance, one could feel countless powerful auras within. On the bank of the rolling G River, on a small mound, a stream of light rolled up a gale and landed on the ground, revealing two figures. The girl in green looked around, and her gaze instantly locked onto Primordial. Beside the vast G River, a corner of Yuxiong Royal City could be vaguely seen through the clouds. G Clan's lair. Luo Chong was in a daze as she stared at Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes turning pale. It's here. Closing his eyes and sensing the faint connection between the 9 spirit pearls in his body, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the huge city under the clouds. This time, it was going to be troublesome. The owner of the pure Yang Pearl was most likely a core member of the Ji clan. My lord, what should we do now? Luo Chong looked at Qin Feng worriedly. She only hoped that this expert in front of her would not tell her that they had entered the Ji clan's lair. But obviously, she was disappointed. Of course, we're entering the city. We're already at the city gate. Qin Feng's expression was calm. The girl was in a daze. Were they going to rob the experts of the Ji clan? This was the Ji clan's lair, and the Yellow Emperor's heavenly palace was here. Was he crazy? Qin Feng glanced at the pale girl. This little girl was so timid. She was a disgrace to those who had been reborn. He grabbed the girl's hand. Let's go. The gale blew past the Ji River, and they soon arrived in front of the huge city. The huge city gate was bustling with activity. An endless stream of people came from the deer-chasing plain in front of the huge city. Many experts emitted terrifying auras. They were strange beasts. Each of them emitted the aura of the wind and clouds. Many of them were divine demons. Thanks to the green-clothed girl, Qin Feng realized that many gods and devils would occasionally sweep their gazes over and land on the green-clothed girl beside him with great pressure. They were sizing her up. The green-clothed girl was so frightened by this gaze that she trembled. She hurriedly pulled Qin Feng's clothes like a little quail. Sensing this situation, Qin Feng snorted. The aura of the origami faintly appeared on his body. In the clan, after entering the king stage, one could control the wind and clouds and was qualified to be called a divine demon. However, compared to the origami, who were the top existences among the divine demons, there was still a huge gap in status. Sensing this primitive and barbaric aura, many divine demons' expressions immediately turned into respect. They did not dare to stare at the girl in green recklessly. With Qin Feng's protection, the girl in green heaved a sigh of relief. When clans dealt with each other, strength was the only law. If you were weaker than me, it was natural for me to steal your things and your woman. For the weak, this was very cruel. But for the strong, this was undoubtedly another kind of enjoyment. As long as there was the protection of the strong, no one would dare to act recklessly. The girl in green could clearly feel that the surrounding gazes were filled with respect and envy. They were no longer naked. They were weighing the gains and losses and whether it was worth snatching. There were no guards in front of the city gate, but Qin Feng could clearly feel that there was another mysterious force in the city that had locked onto the two of them. If the two of them committed a crime in the city and escaped to the ends of the earth, they would be caught. This is a divine city. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with a strange light. If it was an ordinary expert, they would probably not dare to have any other thoughts after being intimidated by this. However, Qin Feng did not care at all. They passed through the unguarded city gate. The city was even more magnificent than he had imagined. This huge city was divided into dozens of areas. Each area had its own function. The living area, the market area, the trading area, the residential area, the training area, and the refining area were dazzling. It was grand and imposing. The girl in green looked at it with great interest. The girl in green came from a very large clan, but compared to the royal city in front of her, there was still a big gap. For the girl in green, this was the first time she had seen such a scene. The royal city was extremely lively. The dozens of areas were filled with fiend gods. The bustling scene was too much for the eyes to take in. Qin Feng was able to see even further. He discovered that in the depths of this royal city, there were many other mysterious regions. Using his divine eyes, he could see that in these regions, there seemed to be countless small worlds of the divine realms that had been opened up. Yuan Qi seethed and the land was vast. In these small worlds of the divine realms, there were countless clans and clans that lived there. The number of living creatures raised in them was shocking. Many of them had already embarked on a unique path of civilization. This was truly a terrifying divine city. It was actually a world that raised so many living creatures. Chapter 1854. Those worlds were like crystal bricks on the city walls. Each brick was a world. Qin Feng found that his target was in seclusion in the depths of one of the worlds in the city. It was a crown prince of the Ji clan, one of the Yellow Emperor's most talented sons. Qin Feng looked over. In the depths of that world, there were flowers and palaces. One of the palaces seemed to be built on a sea of stars. It was a huge sun star. Golden flames soared. It was a huge divine palace. The Palace of the Sun. If Qin Feng was familiar with the crown princes of the Ji clan, he would know that this was the palace of a very famous crown prince of the Ji clan, Ji Jingyang. Ji Jingyang was the palace of divine consort Jin Shi, one of the Yellow Emperor's 4 concubines. He was born with the sun in his arms. This crown prince had achieved the body of a rage god not long ago. An imperial emperor once said that the crown prince of extreme sun, Ji Jingyang, was very likely to become the pure sun imperial emperor. Among the crown princes, the Yellow Emperor valued this crown prince very much. In the city, Ji Jingyang looked at the crown prince. It was obviously impossible to use the original method of fishing to lure this person out. The crown prince was in seclusion to consolidate his rage god realm. As for rushing out and robbing him, Qin Feng looked at the 6th district of the Heavenly Palace. Terrifying auras were rising from there. Many of them were top-notch origami. Among them, the aura of the Yellow Emperor was especially terrifying. Don't be rash. Don't be rash. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, the girl in green's expression didn't change, but she couldn't help but clench her hands. But she was disappointed again. Puff! Grabbing the girl in green, Qin Feng took a few steps forward and broke through the outer layer of that world. In the first breath, he entered the small sun world. In the second breath, he appeared in front of Ji Jingyang, who was in seclusion under a giant red tree in the Solar God Palace. Ji Jingyang felt the world shake violently. He opened his eyes and saw Qin Feng, who had suddenly barged in. You! With just a glance, Ji Jingyang's pupils shrank. On the third breath, the terrifying sun god power in his body exploded, as if it had triggered the sun laws of the inner world. Terrifying sun flames that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth surged from his body like a volcano. At the same time, Qin Feng smiled faintly. In the face of this heaven-piercing flame fluctuation, he extended a palm and lightly slapped it. Ji Jingyang's divine body, under the pressure of his palm, instantly shattered into thousands of pieces. A crimson spirit pearl, flickering with a crimson glow, emerged. Pure yang bead. Qin Feng's hand pressed down on her shoulder, causing the girl in green to tremble. She looked at Crown Prince Sunreach's dismembered body and felt stupefied. As far as she could remember, Crown Prince Sunreach had never been so miserable before her rebirth. Crown Prince Sunreach had collected more than 3 9-spirit pearls. He was extremely powerful and was the most likely successor of the Ji clan. Even though an even more talented Crown Prince was born in the Ji clan and defeated Crown Prince Sunreach, Crown Prince Sunreach's reputation had not been tarnished. The moment Crown Prince Sunreach's divine body was shattered, a terrifying aura appeared in the Yellow Emperor's celestial palace. A majestic emperor wearing an imperial crown suddenly opened his eyes and looked coldly in the direction of the small sun world. The fourth breath, grabbing the pure yang bead, Qin Feng's eyes were calm as he brought Luo Chang through the small sun world and appeared in King City. At the same time, he felt a terrifying gaze fall on him from afar. This gaze was extremely terrifying, not at all inferior to the Gantian demon lord of the past. The Yellow Emperor. Almost instantly, Qin Feng knew who the owner of this gaze was. Beside him, the girl in green couldn't withstand the pressure of this gaze and fainted almost instantly. Qin Feng frowned and shrunk her body, keeping her in his sleeve. Boom! She died with him. A space-time tunnel connected to the outside world opened on his body. He was about to enter it. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor's cold, killing intent spread out from the depths of King City. Your Highness, you bullied a junior. Do you think you can leave without giving an explanation to the elders? At the same time, countless space-time tunnels in the depths of King City seemed to carry a terrifying yellow light. Wherever the yellow light spread, space-time suddenly became like a divine mountain, turning into an abnormal holy city. At the same time, in the countless worlds within the Yuxiong nation, numerous powerful origami had also noticed the mystical changes. Their gazes were all fixed on the city. The power of the earth element instantly turned the entire Yuxiong royal city into a cage. The entire city was enveloped by the Yellow Emperor's domain. This is my territory, I call the shots. Being enveloped by the domain of an expert of the same level, any other eternal emperor wouldn't be able to escape in a short period of time. With the home ground advantage, the Yellow Emperor could use this terrifying city to suppress and seal the desolate god within. How dare you barge into Yuxiong royal city? How audacious! This expert doesn't understand the situation of King City at all. He's here to die. Many pairs of eyes watched this scene. The eyes of the experts in the small worlds flickered. Some were sneering, while others were expressionless. Under this kind of terrifying power, even Qin Feng felt a very strong pressure. Qin Feng knew that he might not be able to defeat the Yellow Emperor in a direct confrontation. But if the Yellow Emperor wanted to trap him to death, he swept his gaze across the sky and the majestic power that filled the entire royal city in an instant. Qin Feng's expression was calm. He didn't change his direction. He raised a hand, and a dazzling purple light appeared on his hand. Then he raised his hand. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning that filled the heavens and earth appeared. Many pairs of eyes felt as if their bodies had turned to dust under this bolt of lightning. Their eyes were filled with dazzling lightning. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The firmament shattered. Bang! 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 The boundless void was reduced to dust. When the power of the god realm that filled the sky of Royal City came into contact with the lightning, it was destroyed like a piece of tofu. A large hole appeared in the sky above King City. King City's defenses had cracked. The divine domain had been pierced. The owners of the various eyes were first stunned at this scene, then they burst into an uproar. Qin Feng turned around and looked behind him. His pitch-black eyes flickered with a sinister light. Your Majesty, we'll meet again in the future. Faint laughter appeared on the spot. Instantly, it turned into a clap of thunder that shook the heavens. The instant the laughter rang out, a shocking bolt of lightning streaked across space and time from a shattered corner of King City. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. In the depths of the Yellow Emperor's celestial palace, the Yellow Emperor watched this scene. His eyelids drooped, and a trace of murderous intent burned like fire. Chapter 1855. The lightning was extremely fast. It traveled through billions of miles of space and left the G family's territory in a flash. Which family's god is this? He is so powerful. What a terrifying lightning. Many experts in the Yellow Emperor's heavenly palace looked at this scene as if they had just woken up from a dream. The Yellow Emperor squinted his eyes. The Yellow Emperor had never seen such a terrifying lightning since he became the god of the G family. If that powerful being was not slightly weaker than him, it would not be as simple as running away. He looked at the small sun world and saw a true spirit being reborn in the depths of the sun. It was the crown prince of Sunreach, Ji Zhengyang. Although that person took the pure yang bead, he did not really kill Ji Zhengyang. Obviously, he did not want to become the enemy of the Ji family. However, the crown prince of Sunreach's future would be greatly affected. The Yellow Emperor moved his eyes away from the sun and looked at the direction where the lightning left. this matter would not end here. At the same time, some of his thoughts about the Jiang family began to change. Gather the upper origami of the Ji family and prepare to attack the Jiang family. The lightning flashed and flew out of the Ji family's territory. Qin Feng turned back and entered the territory of a small family called the Yu family. The river surged and the river surged. The Yu River flowed under his feet. The Yu River intersected with the Ji family's Ji River. Like the Ji family, the Yu family lived beside the river and built their own family. However, the Yu family's territory was much more difficult than the Ji family's territory. It was full of swamps, and the headhunter family was right next to it. With such a terrifying neighbor like the headhunter family, the Yu family situation was imaginable. However, this also nurtured the strong character of the Yu family's warriors. Puff! A purple flowing light flashed in the distant horizon and landed in the void. A stern figure appeared. His eyes swept across the surroundings and looked in all directions. Soon after, his figure flashed and appeared on top of a hill. Qin Feng raised his hand and looked at the crimson-red spiritual pearl in his hand. A smile flickered in his eyes. The pure yang bead. For the sake of this spiritual bead, he had offended the entire Ji clan. However, after obtaining this spiritual bead, everything was worth it. With this pure yang spiritual bead in his hands, he would have 6 spiritual beads in his hands. Among the 9 spirit pearls, other than the pure yang spirit pearl, with spirit pearl and fire spirit pearl, the rest were all in his hands. He casually infused the eternal saint energy into the spirit orb and refined it, turning it into a fiery red light that entered his body. Qin Feng felt the eternal birth chart in his body brighten again. His strength had increased significantly. There was a glimmer of hope for him to break through to the eternal forefather level. He waved his sleeves. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed, and a figure fell out of Qin Feng's sleeve. The girl in green appeared on the spot and looked around. She was shocked, and her eyes widened. Escaped. The green-robed girl glanced at her surroundings. By now, they were already far away from the bear state. This place was filled with water, clouds, and swamps. Clearly, they had arrived at the territory of Yu clan. He actually succeeded. The young girl didn't quite believe her own judgment. It was as if she was dreaming. The green-robed girl knew very well what kind of existence the Yellow Emperor was. He was the monarch of countless clans' fiend gods. He was on the same level as the Jiang clan's god, the Qi clan's god, the Rong clan's god, and the Qi clan's god. To be able to escape from the hands of the Ji clan's god, it was obvious that she had greatly underestimated the strength of the existence beside her. Perhaps only an existence of the same level could escape from the hands of a supreme, well, like the Ji clan's god. The young girl was a little dazed by her judgment. Qin Feng ignored the young girl's daze and thought to himself, next is the wood spirit pearl, pure Yin spirit pearl, and fire spirit pearl. According to my senses, the wood spirit pearl and fire spirit pearl are in the Jiang clan. The pure Yin spirit pearl is in the direction of the Qi clan, the headhunter clan, and the Gaoxin clan. Soon, Qin Feng looked up. He had made up his mind. Let's go. Regardless of whether the green-robed girl was willing or not, he grabbed her shoulder and flew into the distance. Where are we going? The Qi clan. Half a month later, Jiang clan, Jiangshui, Holy Prefecture. The huge Holy Prefecture was the center of the Thousand Mounts capital. As one of the 4 palace-level capitals under the Jiangshui Divine Palace, it was built on a huge plain. Perhaps in terms of internal resources, it was far inferior to the Ji clan's Yuxiong Royal City. However, in terms of external grandeur, it was not much inferior to the Yuxiong Royal City. It was like a huge monster standing on a plain. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it was backed by a huge mountain. It was lofty and steep, and the mountains and ridges meandered like dragons. If a demon god sensed it, he would know that this majestic city was definitely not simple. It also had some kind of incredible power that could suppress rivers and mountains. It was as if the hub of the mountains and rivers were all gathered in this majestic city, making it like a demon god kingdom. The mountains and rivers of the inner world were very rough and desolate, which set off the extraordinariness of this majestic city. In a mansion in the Holy Prefecture, this mansion was located in the trading area of the Holy Prefecture. Compared to the City Lord District, the Golden Wall District, the Weapon Refining District, and the Market District, this mansion's grade was slightly lower. However, as everyone knew, those who could live in the trading area were not necessarily of noble status, but they were definitely not ordinary people. Compared to the 6 districts of the West City, those who could live in the East City District were either rich or noble. Otherwise, they were the family members of the elite experts of the Jiang clan. In the mansion, beside the rockery, the girl in green, Zia, and the girl in gray reunited after 2 months. However, in just 2 months, the 3 of them had encountered many opportunities. At this moment, beside the rockery, the 3 of them looked at the black-robed young man in the pavilion. Zia's expression was a little strange. 2 days ago, Qin Feng suddenly came to the Holy Prefecture and asked him for the wood spirit orb. He compensated him with a divine fire orb condensed from hundreds of spiritual fires. He could not tell whether this deal was a profit or a loss. However, out of respect for Qin Feng, he did not complain about this deal. Although Uncle Qin was mysterious, he had never harmed him from the beginning. On the contrary, he did not hold back and taught him many secret techniques. In retrospect, if it were not for these secret techniques, he might have died in the Southern Barrier City, like the other elites of the Jiang clan in the Spiritual Flame Academy. He might have been taken as a slave or killed by the experts of the Alliance of Races. In the pavilion, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. At this moment, he had obtained 8 of the 9 great spiritual orbs. Chapter 1856. Obtaining the pure Een Pearl was much easier than he had imagined. At least, it was much easier than the 2 spirit pearls hidden in the Ji clan. The pure Een Pearl was in the hands of an emperor-level expert of the Qi clan, and its status in the Qi clan could barely be considered as a core. However, this kind of status was obviously not enough for Qin Feng. After obtaining the pure Een Pearl, Qin Feng directly returned to the clan and went to the Nanzhong Mansion to find Zia. However, after arriving at the Nanzhong Mansion, he learned that the Nanzhong Mansion had fallen into the hands of the various clans' alliance. The experts of the Nanzhong Mansion and some of the elite students of the Lingyan Academy were retreating to the Holy Prefecture. In the Holy Prefecture, Qin Feng found Zia. At this point, 8 of the 9 spirit pearls had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. The enhancement brought by the 8 spirit pearls somewhat exceeded Qin Feng's own imagination. In Qin Feng's original imagination, the 8 spirit pearls, each spirit pearl was equivalent to the enhancement of 2 heavenly domains. The 8 spirit pearls added together were only equivalent to the masters of the 5 unexpanded heavenly domains. However, in fact, Qin Feng still underestimated the mystery of the 9 spirit pearls. It seemed that after the gathering of many spirit pearls, there seemed to be a strange effect that made the enhancement of providence even greater. This was 2 or 3 times more than Qin Feng had imagined. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise. He even had a feeling that he was about to become an eternal divine ancestor. Under the nourishment of the 8 spirit pearls, the eternal life chart seemed to be about to become an eternal and indestructible crystal. Still a little short, in the pavilion, Qin Feng secretly shook his head. In his inner vision, after obtaining the 7th and 8th spirit pearls, the golden light of the eternal life chart in his body had liquefied and even condensed into a semi-solid state. However, it was still a step away from truly taking shape. This required the last spirit pearl. Perhaps only then could it be completed. However, the remaining fire spirit pearl posed a problem for Qin Feng. The fire spirit pearl was in the territory of the Jiang clan, but it had not fallen into the hands of anyone. This sounded like a happy event, but in fact, Qin Feng was now frowning. Although the fire spirit pearl did not have an owner, the place where it was located was very dangerous. The core treasury of the Jiang clan. That place was where the Jiang clan hid their treasures. This was where the Flame Emperor's lair was located. This fire spirit pearl was probably obtained by an unknown expert of the Jiang clan. He probably didn't know the value of the pearl, so he conveniently sent it to the Jiang clan's inner treasury and made it the foundation of the Jiang clan. The Jiang clan didn't know how many treasures were hidden in the treasury, so the spiritual bead had been without an owner. In the garden, the mansion was extremely large. There were many precious flowers and plants in the garden, and spirit qi was everywhere. Ziya's gaze quietly fell on Luo Chang, who was beside her. He realized that the green-clothed girl had changed a lot in just 2 months. The aura on his body carried a trace of a tyrannical aura that could cause a phenomenon in the heavens and the earth. Faintly, his aura was much stronger than the fire mystic technique that he had just learned. Clearly, only those at the peak of the ancient step, those who had touched upon the Archean step, would possess such a terrifying aura that could trigger such a phenomenon. The primordial stage was the threshold to becoming a god fiend. One could be considered a trainee god fiend. Ziya later remembered that before he parted ways with the green-clothed girl, the green-clothed girl had just broken through to the ancient rank like him. In just 2 months, she had touched upon the threshold of the Archean step. Such speed was shocking. When he entered the Nanjiang Mansion's Spirit Flame Academy, he was shocked by the Nanjiang Mansion's Ziya, who regarded him as a genius of the clan. However, compared to the green-clothed girl, he was still lacking. For some reason, Ziya always had a strange feeling when facing this green-clothed girl. It was probably the first time he was suppressed by such a beautiful girl, so the youth was a little ambitious. The green-clothed girl naturally noticed the strange look in Ziya's eyes. The girl snorted in her heart. If it was in the past, she might have been happy. Once upon a time, her goal was to have this youth under her skirt. However, after following Qin Feng around for 2 months, her mindset had changed. She had seen how Qin Feng suppressed the desolate god with a raise of his hand, and how he could freely take Yu Xiong royal city. In the girl's eyes, Ziyu was still a little narrow-minded, especially when he left alone at the Zhang River. Although there was nothing wrong with this choice, the girl no longer had the halo of astonishment that she had before. Her heart was filled with the thought that this was probably all there was to it. If she was given time and hugged this thick thigh in front of her, she might be able to surpass Ziya in the future. The desolate god is nothing. I want to be the empress. The reborn girl's heart was full of ambition. Chunyu Xianxian, who was at the side, noticed the subtle atmosphere between Ziya and the green-clothed girl. The beautiful gray-clothed girl smiled slightly. After Ziya captured her heart, the gray-clothed girl had given her all to Ziya. As for Ziya's feelings for the green-clothed girl, the gray-clothed girl did not care. As long as it could help Ziya, she could accept it. This was a very strange change, but the gray-clothed girl accepted it naturally. The green-clothed girl noticed the strong harem halo of the youth, and her heart was filled with disdain. She became even more vigilant. The 3 of them had different thoughts. Qin Feng pondered for a while and made a decision. Even if the fire spirit pearl was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he had to give it a try. In any case, there was only one word: do it. Qin Feng was now full of confidence. With the 8 spirit pearls in his body, not only did his eternal life chart semi-solidify, but his strength also increased greatly. The biggest change was in his comprehension of the eternal secret tome. Not long ago, he had completed the advancement from the 5th level of the eternal secret tome to the 6th level. The eternal secret tome had reached perfection. This meant that Qin Feng could start to comprehend the 2nd type of eternal power, and his combat strength would increase greatly in a short period of time. You guys stay here for now. I will come and pick you up soon. After leaving these words for the 3 of them, Qin Feng turned into a stream of light and flew out of the Holy Prefecture, heading in the direction of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. As one of the 4 palaces under the Zhangshui Divine Palace, the Holy Prefecture was quite a distance away from the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. It was the opposite of the Ji clan's distribution. The Flame Emperor Celestial Palace was also located in the center of the 12 Divine Palaces. The 12 Divine Palaces were the barriers of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace, and there were layers of capitals under them. Qin Feng's conveyance light speed was not slow. Clouds and mist surrounded him. From afar, he could see continuous, magnificent, huge celestial palaces. The fiery red divine tree was like a staircase connecting heaven and earth. This was the Jiang clan's Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. From afar, Qin Feng could feel that this was a dangerous place that was not inferior to the Yuxiong royal city. At the same time, he also found that there was something fishy about this place. It seemed that some powerful beings had their eyes on this place. Chapter 1857. Sensing this change from afar, Qin Feng's flying light came to a stop. His figure flashed and quietly disappeared into the depths of the sea of clouds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn, there are more than 5 imperial emperors. Qin Feng secretly sensed the hidden gazes around him. Although the imperial emperors of the clans hid their gazes very well, Qin Feng's cultivation had reached the peak of the eternal Heaven Lord realm. His cultivation was above the imperial emperors of the clans. He could clearly sense their existence. It seems that they've completely taken the Jiang clan as a piece of juicy meat this time. Above the clouds, Qin Feng looked in the direction of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace with a strange light in his eyes. But with so many people surrounding them, they don't dare to attack. These guys are much more cowardly than I thought. After a while, sensing the surrounding atmosphere, Qin Feng shook his head inwardly. At this moment, he sensed a majestic and powerful aura from the depths of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. It swallowed up thousands of miles and carried a great deterrent force. Obviously, the Flame Emperor in the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace was far stronger than the other Imperial Emperors. The Imperial Emperors didn't dare to attack, probably because they were afraid that the Flame Emperor would drag a few of them down with him before he died. In the sea of clouds, Qin Feng fell silent. He was faced with a big problem. It wouldn't be easy to get the Fire Spirit Pearl. However, the Fire Spirit Pearl was one of the 9 Spirit Pearls. It might be related to his breakthrough to the Eternal Divine Ancestor level. If his guess was right, this pearl would be something he had to obtain to reach the Eternal Divine Ancestor level. However, the Flame Emperor was no pushover. I have to make him fight. Then I can take the opportunity to sneak in. Looking around, Qin Feng's eyes flashed. A moment later, a trace of coldness appeared in his dark eyes. The Qi clan war god, the Rong clan ancestor god, the Gaoxin clan emperor, the Headhunter clan emperor, the Shang clan emperor, and the Yu clan emperor. What a grand lineup. In the Inferno Emperor Celestial Palace, the huge palace faced many fiery red divine trees. The Inferno Emperor Celestial Palace towered into the clouds, and the steps led from the foot of the mountain to the Sea of Clouds. From the steps above the Sea of Clouds, one could see the boundless scenery. On the fire-leaving platform in the main hall of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace, several figures with surging power looked coldly in the direction of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. He seemed to be able to see many towering figures standing above the inner world through the endless void. Crown Prince Yanju was slightly inferior to these 4 figures. This was a sign of respect. As the Crown Prince of the Jiang clan and the future Crown Prince Yanju's status was noble. However, when he looked at the 4 figures, there was no lack of respect and envy in his eyes. It was enough to show how noble the 4 figures were. In the main hall, many Aragami from the upper echelon of the Jiang clan were looking at the 4 silhouettes. When they looked at each other, there was a sense of calmness and calmness. The Jiang clan was not an ordinary clan. Ordinary clans usually only had one imperial emperor overseeing them. For example, the Shang clan, Yu clan, Si clan, Gaoxin clan, Cheongsang clan, and the new Headhunter clan. And they were all First Realm Imperial Emperors. The truly powerful clans were those with Second Realm Imperial Emperors, such as the Qi clan and the Rong clan. However, In the eyes of the Jiang clan, although the Qi clan and the Rong clan had entered the circle of powerful clans, compared to the old powerful clans, there was still a big gap. The reason was that the old powerful clans did not only have a single emperor, but also had other imperial emperors overseeing them. In addition to the Flame Emperor, the Jiang clan had 4 other imperial emperors overseeing them. If not, they would not dare to command the mountains and seas and make all the gods and gods come from all directions. The 4 imperial emperors were the Thunder Emperor, the Red Emperor, the Hidden Emperor, and the Zhou Emperor. Each of the 4 imperial emperors had a great background. Among them, there were imperial emperors born in the Jiang clan, imperial emperors taken in by the Jiang clan, and imperial emperors from other gathering places whose clans had been destroyed or who had been defeated by enemies. Each of the imperial emperors was an extremely powerful figure. This was also where the confidence of the upper echelon of the Jiang clan in the main hall of the Heavenly Palace came from. The one who spoke was the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor was an imported imperial emperor. After he was subdued by the Jiang clan's emperor, he had been living in the Thunder God Palace. The Thunder Emperor's personality was filled with a kind of fiery temper. However, he was dressed in purple and stood with his hands behind his back. He was remote and had an extremely cold dignity, which was very unforgettable. Although these guys are fierce on the outside, but weak on the inside, they're quite difficult to deal with when they join forces. This situation is not good for the Jiang clan. The Zhou Emperor looked to be about 30 years old. He looked like a middle-aged scholar. He was dressed in white and had a white face and beard. He gently stroked his beautiful beard, and his eyes flickered with wisdom. The Zhou Emperor was different from the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor was an imported imperial emperor. Everyone knew that although he lived in the Thunder God Palace and enjoyed the worship of the entire clan, he did not have much power. The Zhou Emperor was an imperial emperor of a large clan in the past, and the name of the Zhou clan had once resounded in this land. Before the rise of the Jiang clan, it was a famous clan of the previous generation. After the rise of the Jiang clan and the decisive battle with the previous overlord of the mountains and seas, Zhongli, the Zhou clan took the initiative to submit. This caused the Zhou clan to be swallowed up by the Jiang clan. However, because the Zhou clan merged with the Jiang clan and became a branch of the Jiang clan, it also allowed the Zhou emperor to retain a lot of power. In the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace, many of the upper echelons of the Zhou clan had the bloodline of the Zhou clan. In private, they even respected the Zhou emperor as the ancestor of another clan. Yin Zhu's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately lowered his head. Among his concubines, one of them was the daughter of the first wife of the Zhou emperor. The Zhou emperor was also his father-in-law. During this period of time, the Jiang clan's territory has been greatly encroached upon. In the end, these guys are surrounding us, but not fighting. First, they want to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the time to let their clans invade our territory. Second, these people are not of one mind. They are afraid that they will benefit others. The Hidden Emperor turned around and looked at the Flame Emperor on the golden throne. However, this cannot go on. The more time passes, the greater our losses will be. As time passes, I'm afraid it will attract even more enemies from the shadows. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the imperial emperors became somewhat heavy. Yinju, have the envoys you sent back any news? The Zhou emperor suddenly looked at Crown Prince Yinju beside him. The emperors all looked over at the same time. Seeing this scene, the princes in the hall looked slightly envious. Crown Prince Yinju raised his head. He was dressed in a long red robe and had a golden crown on his head. His face was like jade as he faced the emperors. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing. Good to let the emperors know that if nothing goes wrong, our plan will succeed. Succeed? The 4 emperors were slightly taken aback. Then, a faint smile appeared on their faces. This time, the alliance of races had miscalculated. When they find out that their nest has been completely destroyed, I believe their expressions will be very interesting. Crown Prince Yinju sneered. Chapter 1858. In the main hall, the Imperial Emperors all had smiles on their faces. The alliance of clans thought that they would be able to tear the Jiang clan apart if they worked together. The strength of the Jiang clan indeed made the Ying clan, Gui clan, and Ji clan wary. However, the Jiang clan was not as weak as they thought. The Ying clan, Gui clan, and Ji clan were wary, but were they really prepared to fight the Ji clan to the death? Speaking of which, the emperors behind these clans just wanted to take advantage of them and suppress the growth of the Jiang clan strength. Now, the experts of the various clans were all attracted to the Jiang clan. If the clans were not stupid, they would know that the alliance of clans did not have many troops left to protect their bases. Instead of rushing forward and fighting the Jiang clan with the alliance of clans, they might as well take the opportunity to attack the alliance of clans. Pick the soft persimmon. This would not only reduce the risk, but also the rewards. The territories of the alliance of clans were not small. None of them were smaller than the 12 sacred palaces of the Jiang clan. Instead of fighting the Jiang clan to the death, they might as well take advantage of the alliance of clans. Crown Prince Yanju smiled coldly. Just as the Flame Emperor had expected, they did not have to pay a high price to persuade the people behind the scenes to change their target. However, this time, the Jiang clan had paid a high price. The attack of the alliance of clans had caused chaos in many of the Jiang clan's capitals. However, this time, if they could use this opportunity to kill a few emperors, it would not be a loss. Crown Prince Yanju's eyes flashed. If they could take over the territories of a few more clans, the Jiang clan could open the 13th or 14th sacred palace. He might be able to take over one of them and develop his own clan. In the depths of the Flame Emperor's celestial palace, the colored glaze Holy Lord looked out of the main hall. Her aura was hidden so deeply that the emperors of the alliance of clans could not find her at all. It seemed that the investment this time was a success. After she entered the Jiang clan and expressed her intentions, the Flame Emperor had treated her affectionately. Just as she had expected, the Jiang clan faced such a serious threat and needed experts to stabilize the situation. The addition of a new emperor was like sending charcoal in the snow. The Flame Emperor had personally said that if they could protect the Jiang clan this time, the Colored Glaze Holy Master would not only receive the highest level of worship from the entire Jiang clan, but she would also be given one of the 12 sacred palaces and be given real power. This treatment was much better than what the Glaze Holy Lord had imagined. Deep in the palace, Sacred Lord Valurium's pretty face glowed with excitement. After gaining a firm foothold in the Jiang clan, she was close to breaking through to Eternal's forefather with the help of their offerings. Boom boom. Right at this moment, Saint Lord Colored Glaze's expression suddenly changed as she stood up abruptly. At that moment, it wasn't just Holy Master Colored Glaze, the Flame Emperor, the 4 emperors, and the emperors of the Alliance of Clans who were looking at the Flame Emperor's celestial palace from afar. In front of the Flame Emperor, Qin Feng's figure flashed and suddenly appeared above the Flame Emperor celestial palace. Looking at the majestic Flame Emperor celestial palace below, Qin Feng's dark eyes flashed with a trace of indifference. He looked around and immediately locked onto the place where the 9 great spiritual pearls were vaguely communicating with him. He waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts locked onto the Jiang clan treasury in the depths of the Flame Emperor Holy Palace. Boom! A loud explosion shook the heavens and earth. Soon, the entire Fire Emperor's sky treasury was blasted open, and the space where the treasury was hidden seemed to have been completely torn apart. It was as if a hole had been forcefully torn open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless glowing treasures fell from the space-time like a waterfall. The brilliant scene was unforgettable for many of the Jiang clan's upper echelons. There was a sea of spiritual items, divine weapons, and secret scrolls. In the Flame Emperor Holy Palace, the emperors and holy lords were stunned. They had not yet recovered from the shock. It's here, the fire's spiritual pearl. Qin Feng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. His gaze instantly locked onto a fiery red spiritual pearl that was pouring down along with a waterfall-like comprehension. Surprised, he roared and turned into a purple lightning bolt. He swept up the treasure waterfall and took it into his bag. Then he escaped. Where do you think you're going? In the depths of the palace. The Flame Emperor was the first to react. A trace of rage flashed in his eyes. At the same time, his long sleeve rolled up a shocking divine fire that could incinerate 100,000 people and swept it towards the purple lightning figure that was diving down. Apart from the Flame Emperor, another emperor came to his senses. It's him. When Qin Feng destroyed the treasury of the Fire Emperor Celestial Palace, Holy Master Colored Glaze instantly noticed the familiar figure. She would recognize this aura, even if it turned into ashes. Wasn't this the Heaven Lord of the Thunder Emperor who later joined the Pangu, Saint Emperor? Back then, this Heaven Lord of the Thunder Emperor had disgusted her greatly. What a small world! At the same time, she also saw Qin Feng's target. A fiery red spiritual pearl fell into her eyes. With just a glance, Saint Lord Colored Glaze knew that it could be an extremely important treasure. Although she didn't know the origin of the spiritual pearl, since the Heavenly Master of the Thunder Emperor wanted to obtain it, she would definitely stop him, or even destroy him. She couldn't let this person have an easy time. Saint Lord Colored Glaze's eyes were cold and sharp. She acted almost at the same time as the Flame Emperor. A rainbow-colored light that could destroy all things exploded from her sleeve. There was a peerlessly sharp and terrifying power that could split the heavens and earth. Billions of rainbow-colored light and the surging crimson divine fire almost drowned Qin Feng, who was rushing over to obtain the spiritual pearl. Qin Feng's body was shrouded in a huge and terrifying power. His pupils dilated as he looked in the direction of the Fire Emperor Celestial Palace. The sudden appearance of two eternal heaven monarchs wasn't enough to surprise him. Before he acted, Qin Feng had thought of many possibilities. He even considered that there were more than two emperors hidden in the depths of the Fire Emperor Celestial Palace. What really surprised Qin Feng was the aura that was suddenly revealed from the rainbow-colored light. It's this old woman? Saint Lord Colored Glaze remembered Qin Feng. Qin Feng also remembered Saint Lord Colored Glaze deeply. He had almost died in her hands previously. Qin Feng indeed didn't expect that they would meet in such a way here. Moreover, this woman had secretly joined the Jiang clan. A trace of gloominess flashed across Qin Feng's eyes, but he knew that now wasn't the time to settle the score with this woman. With the help of the Jiang clan's emperor and a group of experts from the Fire Emperor Celestial Palace, he would definitely lose. However, it was probably impossible to make him stay here. Two powerful super skills blasted toward him. He seemed to have sensed it. His body transformed into a terrifying bolt of lightning and instantly left his original spot. At the same time, a purple super skill blasted into the depths of the void. Rumble. Numerous terrifying figures ran out from the depths of the void, their faces covered in dust. They landed on the path that the emperors from the Fire Emperor Celestial Palace were chasing after. Chapter 1859 F***CK. At this moment, the war god of the Qi clan, the ancestral god of the Rong clan, the imperial emperors of the Yoyu clan, the Gaoxing clan, the Headhunter clan, and the Shang clan all looked at the two gods of the Jiang clan and the four imperial emperors who were rushing over and felt like crying. They didn't gain any advantage at all. At the same time, they hated Qin Feng's methods. They were in big trouble this time. The Flame Emperor, Lightning Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, Hidden Emperor, Zhou Emperor, and the other emperors didn't think so. Seeing the group of imperial emperors run out and the bolt of purple lightning far away, all of their anger poured out on these imperial emperors of the various races. Although they didn't attack, they definitely had bad intentions surrounding the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. They couldn't be wrong to find them. Colored Glass, Holy Lord, wanted to remind the Flame Emperor not to be distracted by the despicable Thunder Emperor Celestial Lord, but she immediately understood that the Flame Emperor couldn't leave his nest. If he went to chase after the cunning Thunder Emperor Celestial Lord, his nest might be raided by the Emperors of the Alliance. The cunning Heaven Lord of Thunder Emperor also saw this, and sent all the Imperial Emperors of the Alliance out in one go. Standing in the void, colored glass, Holy Lord's expression was cold. She instinctively wanted to chase after Qin Feng and teach him a lesson. However, looking at the Flame Emperor and the others who were trying their best to hold back the Emperors of the Alliance, colored glass, Holy Lord stopped. The Flame Emperor's celestial palace couldn't leave her now. If she insisted on doing so, she would inevitably be at odds with the Flame Emperor celestial palace and the entire upper echelon of the Jiang clan. Damn it! Colored glass, Holy Lord's expression darkened. She had nowhere to vent her anger. Kill, however, she could only look in Qin Feng's direction with hatred. She turned into a seven-colored ray of light and charged toward the emperors of the various clans. The seven wonders' mysterious light that covered the sky, and the earth rushed forward with unparalleled ferocity. Thousands of miles away from the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace, a purple lightning bolt appeared on the spot. A towering figure walked out of the lightning. Rumble. The purple lightning was extremely terrifying and shook the boundless void. Qin Feng turned around and looked in the direction of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. Regret flashed in his eyes. He hoped that colored glaze Holy Lord could catch up. He was no match for two monarchs and four monarchs. If it was only Holy Master colored glaze, he might be able to seize the opportunity to suppress or even kill her. With a wave of his sleeve, a streak of purple lightning circulated within it, easily shattering the boundless void. It could be said to be extremely terrifying and powerful. A pair of incomparably dark eyes looked indifferently in the direction of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with traces of contemplation. Although he had only clashed with the Flame Emperor for a brief moment before retreating, he was certain that the Flame Emperor had also reached the peak of his realm. In fact, the Flame Emperor, who had been in control of the Jiang clan for many years, had reached the pinnacle of the eternal heaven monarch realm. If the emperors of the Alliance could defeat the Flame Emperor this time, they would have lost. If they couldn't, the Flame Emperor would most likely take the last step and become an eternal sacred ancestor. In Qin Feng's view, the alliance of races was likely to lose in this great battle, especially with colored glaze Holy Master's help. No, there's also colored glaze Holy Master. A bolt of lightning flashed in Qin Feng's mind. He recalled the terrifying rosy glow that he had felt when he fought with colored glaze Holy Master, which was not inferior to the Flame Emperor's. Colored glaze Holy Master had returned to her former peak. Colored glaze Holy Master, like the Pangu Saint Emperor, the Gantian Demon Lord, the Desolation Saint Emperor, and the Annihilation Army Master, was at the peak of the second level of the Eternal Heaven Realm. Now that she had returned to her peak, if she received the support of the Jiang clan, she would have a high chance of breaking through. If these two were the first to break through, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. There was no doubt that he wouldn't be able to escape from the pursuit of two eternal sacred ancestors. However, the chances of that happening were slim. The Flame Emperor might not want a second eternal sacred ancestor to appear in the Jiang clan. A mountain couldn't have two tigers. If it were Qin Feng, he wouldn't want a second eternal sacred ancestor to appear in the Jiang clan either. At least, he wouldn't allow it in the near future. However, even an eternal forefather wouldn't be able to withstand the power of a mere eternal heavenly lord. Qin Feng could kill an ordinary eternal emperor at the first level of the eternal heaven realm with a wave of his hand. An eternal sacred ancestor could also kill an eternal heaven monarch with a single thought. The gap between each level of the eternal heaven realm was as wide as a chasm. Qin Feng stretched out a hand. A wisp of fiery red light quietly appeared in his palm, transforming into a fiery red spirit pearl. It was the last spirit pearl of the 9 spirit pearl, the fire spirit pearl. No matter how one looked at it, he had the upper hand. A smile flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. He clenched his fist. A flame flashed. The fire spirit pearl transformed into a beam of fiery red light that entered his body through his palm. Qin Feng glanced around. then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared without a trace. Qin Feng needed to find a new place to break through. Holy Prefecture. Qin Feng found Zia, Chunyu Xianxian, and the green-robed girl Luo Chong in the trading area. In the garden, the three of them were called to Qin Feng. Next, I need to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. It may be a decade or more. I may not be able to take care of you during this time. You must be careful. Hearing this, the three boys and girls were slightly startled. Then, a trace of reluctance appeared on their faces. This was a subconscious reliance. Although it was only half a year to the three of them, it could be said to be the most comfortable period of time since they were born. With the protection of this mysterious expert, they had been well protected. They hadn't been harmed at all. Instead, they had learned many secret techniques. My lord, the green-robed girl was a little emotional. She looked at Qin Feng with a pair of beautiful eyes, unable to bear to part with him. After Zia, Chunyu Xianxian didn't say anything, but her eyes were also a little downcast. Don't worry, it's not like we're parting forever. If we succeed this time, we'll meet again. Qin Feng's incomparably dark eyes had a faint smile as he looked at the three of them. The three of you have each inherited a part of the creation mysterious art that I created. Although your cultivation is not high, I believe that you can protect yourselves in this chaos as long as you're careful. I have a few new spiritual items here. It won't be long before the three of you condense your own surname. I'll give them to you. With a wave of his sleeve, several spiritual items appeared in front of their chests. The three of them looked at the spiritual items in front of their chests. Each of these spiritual items was extraordinary. At a glance, one could tell that they had extraordinary origins. All right, you can leave now. Qin Feng waved his hand and sent the three of them away. After all, the three of them were fated to meet him. He didn't mind giving them some opportunities. He wasn't their nanny. As for whether they could really grow up smoothly in the future, it would depend on their own luck. The next step was to cultivate in seclusion. He had to thoroughly understand the changes in the nine-spirit pearl, nurture the eternal birth chart, and break through to the eternal divine ancestor level. Chapter 1860. In the place of seclusion, Qin Feng glanced at the mansion in the trading area. There were people coming and going here, so it was naturally not suitable for seclusion. With a flash, Qin Feng flew out of the holy prefecture like a beam of light. He randomly chose a direction, passed through dozens of hundred mounts, and stopped on a mountain peak hundreds of thousands of miles away from the holy prefecture. There were countless towering mountain peaks here. The nameless mountain beneath Zhang Xian's feet was nothing out of the ordinary among the millions of mountains. However, it was suitable to be used as a temporary place for seclusion. Qin Feng's figure flashed and went under the mountain peak. He operated the eternal sync force and opened up a dimensional void in the mountain peak to accommodate temporary seclusion. With a flash, he went into the dimensional void. The dimensional void was a vast expanse of white, about 300 square meters, the size of a mansion. It was empty, and there was a layer of white film covering the void. It was the void membrane, which separated the dimensional void from time and space, forming a separate void. If it was modified, it could easily form a blessed land, or a divine kingdom of a true god, or even a huge great thousand world. Opening up such a dimensional void was a great power for ordinary cultivators, but for Qin Feng, it was a piece of cake. His current cultivation base was much more powerful than the countless creation gods and demons of the legends. With a flash of light, Qin Feng's figure appeared in the center of the dimensional void, sitting cross-legged and adjusting his breath. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of light. 9 spirit pearls suddenly appeared, illuminating this empty dimension with incomparable brightness. The 9 spirit pearls seemed to have a great power. Under the illumination of the 9 spirit pearls, the dimensional void seemed to be changing into a huge world. The clear and the turbid were separated, the 5 elements were divided, and all things were born from the void. Qin Feng pointed his finger, and a great power suppressed this change. Qin Feng looked at this scene indifferently. Of course, he would not nurture the Nine Spirits Pearl and directly fuse it into the void dimension that he had opened up. This way, he would be able to open up an extremely powerful and perfect world. However, to Qin Feng, this would not benefit him at all. Qin Feng looked at the 9 spiritual pearls that were flying above his head. A wisp of light flashed through his pitch-black eyes. His 10 fingers quickly formed a seal in front of his chest, and an invisible force held the 9 spiritual pearls in place. The 9 spiritual pearls then turned into a beam of light and entered the heavenly court from the top of his head. Every time one of them landed in the heavenly court, it would completely fuse with the eternal life chart. The eternal birth chart brightened by 1 point. Qin Feng had long since refined the 9 great spiritual pearls. This time, he was no longer refining it, but rather completely assimilating it, breaking it apart, and turning it into the source. In fact, after refining 1 spiritual pearl, Qin Feng had already guessed the true origin of these spiritual pearls. These 9 spiritual pearls were somewhat different from ordinary spiritual treasures. Ordinary spiritual treasures were born from the mysteries of heaven and earth. Naturally, they could trigger the power of a part of the heaven and earth law in the inner world. Therefore, they had earth-shattering power. Although the 9 Spirits Pearl was also a spiritual treasure, it was quite special. Qin Feng discovered this special characteristic when he obtained the spiritual pearls. It contained destiny. In the Spirit Sea world, Qin Feng had tirelessly pursued the destiny of water veins, so he was very sensitive to destiny. Ordinary people might not be able to discover the mysteries of the 9 Spirits Pearl in a short period of time. But Qin Feng could tell at a glance that the 9 Spirits Pearl was actually a supreme treasure formed by the convergence of the 9 elements of destiny in the inner world, the Mountain Sea One gathering place. Among them, the 5 elemental spiritual pearls were born from the 5 elements of destiny. The wind, thunder, yin, and yang were born from the 4 elements of destiny: wind, thunder, yin, and yang. In the Mountain Sea One gathering place, any clan that was born from these 9 elements would have to obey the orders of the 9 Spirits Pearl. Innate destiny was a tribute. Because of this, Qin Feng discovered that every time he obtained a spiritual pearl, the eternal fate in his body would brighten a little. The more spiritual pearls he obtained, the greater the increase. To a certain extent, the 9 Spirits Pearl was formed from a part of the Mountain Sea One gathering place's origin. Obtaining the 9 Spirits Pearl was equivalent to obtaining the majority of the Mountain Sea One gathering place's destiny. After each of the 9 Spirits Pearls turned into pure elemental destiny and was absorbed by the eternal fate, they completely dissipated in the Mountain Sea One gathering place. Every time he obtained a new elemental destiny, the eternal fate would brighten a little. When the 5 elemental spiritual pearls of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were completely absorbed, the eternal fate seemed to have turned into a huge sun in Qin Feng's heaven court. In the center of the sun, a golden diamond-shaped crystal appeared faintly with an immortal radiance. A vortex formed on its surface, and its demand for the destiny of heaven and earth became more urgent. It was about to take shape. At this moment, Qin Feng looked into his body. It was as if he could see 18 gigantic chains of heaven and earth extending deep into the void of the inner world with the eternal immortal crystal as the center. There were a total of 18 laws of heaven and earth. 9 of them were previously comprehended by him, while the remaining 9 were comprehended after the 9 Spirits Pearl was refined. After the 6th Wind Spirit Pearl melted, the wind elemental destiny merged with the eternal fate, and the sun formed by the eternal fate was almost full. When the 7th Thunder Spirit Pearl melted and the thunder elemental destiny merged with the eternal fate, the immortal aura lingering in the eternal fate completely solidified from the depths of the eternal fate. It was like a dazzling golden lightning bolt that shot out from the depths of the eternal fate and surrounded the eternal fate crystal. When the 8th Pure Een Pearl fell and the Yin elemental destiny completely merged with the eternal fate crystal, the transformation reached its peak. When the ninth pure Yang pearl fell and the Yang elemental destiny merged with the eternal fate crystal, the eternal fate crystal in the center of the eternal fate crystal was completely condensed and turned into the eternal fate crystal. A vast and mighty force was born. A mighty force followed the eternal fate crystal and descended on Qin Feng's soul, which was connected to the eternal fate crystal. It radiated through his bloodline, internal organs, bones, pores, and acupuncture points. It seemed as though an immeasurable amount of eternal immortal energy was baptizing his entire body. Even a part of his indestructible true spirit was compatible with the 18 laws of heaven and earth. Rumble. Qin Feng seemed to have heard an earth-shattering sound, as if a sudden clap of thunder had broken through his acupoints. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. The bottleneck that had been blocking and shackling him was suddenly broken. In an instant, he advanced from the peak of the eternal heavenly monarch realm to the eternal divine ancestor realm. This kind of advancement was completed in one go without any bumps or obstacles. However, in Qin Feng's eyes, it was especially long. At that moment, it was like a thunderclap in winter. It was incomparably gorgeous and grand. His entire body was undergoing a rebirth. He was like a bamboo shoot hidden deep underground under the winter thunder. This is the realm of the eternal divine ancestor. Just as Qin Feng was breaking through, an earth-shattering change was happening outside as well. Chapter 1861. The first thing that appeared was around the holy prefecture. Surging holy light leaked out from the depths of the dimensional void. In a short time, the ordinary mountain seemed to have been cleansed by a great force. It grew bigger and bigger day by day. In a short time, it turned into a terrifying divine mountain that looked like a heavenly pillar. Vast divine light trembled, heavenly music sounded, heavenly flowers fell, golden lotuses bloomed on the ground, and a fragrance filled the air. Beasts roared. An auspicious aura permeated the entirety of Mountain C1. The majestic omen transformed into numerous great Daos in the Mountain C1 colony, and all the living beings on the great Daos were enlightened and began to embark on the path of cultivation. Most even found that a brand had been passed on in their minds. A divine brand passed on the secrets of the divine Tao. The greater one's talent and fortune, the more complete the divine brand they inherited, and the higher the grade. Some of the more talented beings received the divine brand and became gods, Khanate demon gods, and even divine kings. The secrets of billions of gods and demons seemed to emerge from the divine brand, guiding them to the divine Tao and forming a path that led to the chaos. This was especially true of the place Qin Feng had once led, the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. Many of the Jiang clan's upper echelons watched as heavenly flowers bloomed where Qin Feng had once appeared. It was as if countless mysteries of the divine Tao had invaded the minds of billions of beings. Such a phenomenon. In the depths of the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace, sacred Lord Valurium stared at the terrifying scene in shock. 4 emperors appeared in the main hall one after another, their eyes filled with shock. There were still traces of battle around the Flame Emperor Celestial Palace. A dozen years ago, the emperors of the Alliance had joined forces to attack the palace and left behind a deep mark. Even after the palace had been repaired several times, the marks hadn't been completely erased. Someone has become a divine ancestor. The Flame Emperor's expression darkened when he sensed the changes in the void, and his pupils contracted involuntarily. For a moment, the Flame Emperor was dazed. Someone in Mountain C1 had ascended to the divine ancestor level before him. It wasn't just the Flame Emperor's celestial palace that Qin Feng had been to. He had also been to the entire Mountain C1 assembly ground, the Yellow Emperor's celestial palace in the Yuxiong Nation, the Sea Clan in the Russia mountain range, the Qi Clan's Million Mountains, the Holy Prefecture, the Nanzhong Prefecture, and even Su-Du, the Lu clan's mountain city, and the Xia clan. In the places where he had left his footprints, the divine Tao laws were especially strong, as if the divine ancestor had personally descended. The clans in the vicinity of those places had even stronger divine Tao imprints. In fact, there were even some people who had interacted with the new sacred ancient, who had suddenly gained the favor of some mysterious will and transformed from mortals into god spirits. Among them, the ones who changed the most were Xia, Luo Chong, and Chunyu Xianxian. The three of them seemed to have received the favor of an extremely powerful will. Under their astonished gazes, it seemed like an extremely majestic radiance had poured into their bodies, forming an extremely mysterious divine brand in the depths of their souls. Their cultivation base was rising steadily, and at the same time, countless mysteries of the divine Tao emerged from the depths of their souls. It was as if the sacred ancient was preaching, and they were absorbing it naturally. Ancient stage, Archean stage, King stage, Emperor stage, and the peak of the Emperor stage. If the three of them hadn't automatically suppressed their cultivation base at the critical moment, it was very likely that they would have broken through the origami stage in one step and become innate origami born under the divine Tao laws. This phenomenon didn't only happen in the gathering place of the Mountain Sea One. As its power grew, it seemed to have broken through an unknown obstacle and went straight to the surface world, following the sacred ancient's footprints. In the surface world, in the South Heavenly Realm, under the command of the Pangu Heavenly Realm, in the depths of the Thunder Emperor Heavenly Realm, in an instant, the four super realm lords of the South Heavenly Realm suddenly woke up from their seclusion to comprehend the mysteries of the sacred ancient. An indescribable majestic light slowly emerged from the former Thunder Emperor Heavenly Realm. It was like an invisible footprint that had walked out of the past. At this moment, the entire South Heavenly Realm quieted down. It was as if the world was silent and was suppressed by that majestic wave. Only a few people with extraordinary cultivation bases were still able to move. An extremely sacred and noble power that surpassed the boundaries of the world instantly filled the surface world of the South Heavenly Realm. If the billions of creatures in the South Heavenly Realm could still speak, they would definitely kneel on the ground and use all the words they could imagine to welcome the advancement of this incredible being. Someone has broken through the sacred ancient realm again. At this moment, the Panga Divine Emperor, the Manhuang Divine Emperor, the Destruction Army Commander, the Monster Lord of Gantian Mountain, and countless old antiques in the God realm looked at this scene in shock. What was a sacred ancient? The great Tao laws that they created were engraved in the endless world on the same level as the 3,000 great Tao laws, and they were respected by billions of creatures in the world. At this moment, the magnificent beings like true gods in the South Heavenly Realm, or those who were born as entities, felt that they seemed to have an additional path to choose. The divine Tao, laws of heaven and earth. During this process, countless living beings and powerhouses made breakthroughs, especially those who communicated closely with Qin Feng. For example, the nominal disciples, Duge Qiubai, Li Xiaoyao, and Zhao Ling, broke through from ordinary entities to first-level overgods. Duge Qiubai, who was the most talented, broke through consecutively and caught up with second-step overgods. In the blink of an eye, he was about to become a superior god. This kind of leap was terrifying. As the master of the Pangu Heavenly Realm, the Panga Divine Emperor was the most sensitive to such changes. However, such earth-shattering changes seemed natural to him. Every chaos epoch and the birth of a new sacred ancestor was an unimaginable opportunity for countless living beings. No opportunity could compare to directly bathing in the light of the sacred ancient realm's advancement. However, such opportunities couldn't be envied. Only those who had a deeper karma connection with the sacred ancient realm could enjoy such great opportunities. Not only the nominal disciples, but Nu Ba, Xin Yuan, Fuxi, and countless other powerhouses of the human clan also benefited from this. It made the human clan's god realm leap in an unbelievable way, completing the transition from a weak clan to a strong one. There were also the races that were created by Qin Feng. For example, some of the races that merged with the Asa divine realm and entered the Panga heavenly realm. Many of them directly jumped from ordinary races to high-level transcendent races and even true god races. His power was so great that it was shocking. However, the ones who changed the most were the Asa divine empresses. The three Fate divine empresses, Word, Verthandi, and Shurko, directly advanced from Fate over gods to Fate over gods. They completely mastered the laws of fate, heaven, and earth. Chapter 1862. Overgods. Apart from the most powerful races and inconceivable races that were born as overgods, they were the absolute cream of the crop in any powerful race or world. For an ordinary living being, it would take tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation to transform from a lowly and weak life form to such a step. For any race, it was a great fortune to have one out of hundreds of millions of geniuses become an overgod. But the transformation was not over yet. There seemed to be a mighty force following in Qin Feng's footsteps, continuing this grand and inconceivable miracle. Soon, it stretched to the chaos world, the primeval world, and many other worlds that Qin Feng had visited. Finally, it came to the Spirit Sea world. The Spirit Sea world had expanded countless times. For tens of thousands of years, it had been absorbing countless worlds, big and small, around it. The two world trees were lush with branches and leaves, each bearing thousands or even tens of thousands of greater worlds and even higher worlds. The surroundings, including the origin god world, had been completely integrated into the Spirit Sea world. Just as Qin Feng had predicted, the Spirit Sea world had indeed inherited a trace of fortune from a corner of the chaos world before the Great Calamity. The speed of its expansion was unimaginably fast. Naturally, the experts of the Spirit Sea world could not keep up with the development. If Qin Feng had not left behind two clones to guard it, it would have long been reduced to a dead end in such a great era. But in the end, it was Qin Feng's natal world. Over the years, the original divine system of the Spirit Sea world had reaped great benefits, but in such a great era, there was a lack of high-level experts. It was an awkward situation. It was more than enough to defend, but not enough to advance. Hundreds, if not thousands, of overgods had gathered in the Spirit Sea world. Some had set their eyes on this newly born Spirit Sea world. If not for the fact that it was the private world of an eternal expert, many of the eternal experts wandering the endless void and the endless chaos world would have swarmed over and divided it up. Even so, many ancient antiques weighed the pros and cons and were eager to make a move. When the mighty power of the divine ancestors' advancement reached the Spirit Sea world, the many terrifying wills in the Spirit Sea world realized that a mighty power that they could not resist had silently descended upon the Spirit Sea world. An auspicious aura permeated this boundless chaotic world as boundless holy light surrounded it. One could vaguely see the terrifying scene of tens of thousands of gods worshiping each other. A great Tao came from the boundless void, illuminating all directions of chaos. It was breathtaking. Someone broke through. The sacred ancestor phenomenon. In the primal chaos, in the depths of the endless void, terrifying wills vibrated. His expression immediately turned to one of shock. Even in the boundless void and the boundless chaos, Eternal's sacred ancestors were top-tier experts. Any Eternal's sacred ancestor was a terrifying existence that reigned above countless macro worlds. Seeing this terrifying phenomenon, all the old antiques who were secretly observing the Spirit Sea world immediately retreated. It would be fine if you didn't know about the water in this world. Since they already knew, they weren't going to fight an eternal forefather to the death over a world with potential. Being targeted by an eternal sacred ancestor wasn't a pleasant thing for any ancient will. Although the endless void was said to be boundless and filled with countless strange places, it was still very difficult to escape the pursuit of an eternal sacred ancestor. In the inner world, he seemed to have connected with the spirit sea world through the mighty power he'd just broken through to the surface world. As a natal world, a huge world that was born from the extension of his own divine kingdom. When Qin Feng entered the surface world, he could still vaguely contact the spirit sea world. After entering the inner world, he completely lost contact with the spirit sea world. This was the first time he'd made contact with the spirit sea world. The spirit sea world had expanded considerably. Through his spiritual sense, Qin Feng also discovered some ancient wills that were spying on him. These ancient wills were ancient antiques who'd lived in the boundless void and the boundless chaos for countless years. There were even ancient existences from the previous chaos era, or even the one before that. In the past, Qin Feng wouldn't have dared let his guard down when these people spied on him. But now that he'd become a sacred ancestor, Qin Feng saw them as nothing more than slightly larger ants. Vast power gathered in the spirit sea world. There was no other place where the divine Tao rules were more concentrated than the spirit sea world. Countless beings who were related to Qin Feng in the spirit sea world benefited from this, especially the dozen or so divine systems under the command of the celestial court. Qin Feng looked around. In a short period of time, the number of overgods emerging from each divine system was 10 times or even 100 times greater than in the past. Bathed in the divine Tao rules, countless divine system experts naturally formed divine Tao brands based on their karmic connection with Qin Feng and successfully broke through. Especially some of the gods around Qin Feng, such as Little Eight, Star Venerable, Song Qiong, Earthly Sovereign, and others, broke through one after another. Later heavenly overgods became innate overgods, or went straight to unipolar overgods. Their heaven and earth rules were perfected, and they walked the path of a mutated world, directly becoming supreme gods. A group of divine concubines' strength skyrocketed. By Yin Feng Yi, Queen of Silver Moon, Yu Yao, Du Pingxia, Red Lotus, and the other ladies reached the pinnacle from this step. As for Feng Yi, who was the strongest, Red Lotus touched the imperial emperor realm and formed the eternal soul. It was like reaching the heavens in a single step. The biggest change was the Qin family. Because of the change in attitude and investment, the entire Qin family reaped great benefits. The entire Qin family's bloodline underwent a rapid transformation. Many of them evolved into overgods in their sleep, and the strong ones directly ascended to supremacy. This change was simply earth-shattering. Many Qin family experts felt that the terrifying power in their bodies was still in a dream. It was difficult for them to adapt. From an existence that ordinary gods could easily crush, suddenly became so terrifying that they could split heaven and earth, create divine kingdoms, and crush gods. Many Qin family experts felt like they were in a dream. This was unbelievable power. Because of this, the Qin family also became a great race in the endless void and the boundless chaos. This race could be said to be a race that was born with his divine Tao rules. In the unseen world, Qin Feng saw through that kind of inconceivable mighty power. Seeing this change, he was not surprised at all. The birth of any eternal sacred ancestor would create a powerful race in the chaos that belonged to the sacred ancestor. These people received his power and instantly achieved great power, but only the first generation. After the second and third generation, this power would gradually seep into the bloodline, and they would need to cultivate to be able to manifest it. Chapter 1863. Such a group was known as the Pinnacle Group. There were many supreme groups in the boundless void and the boundless chaos. However, from today onwards, the Qin family would be one of them. Although this Pinnacle Group was created by Qin Feng unintentionally. The changes in the Spirit Sea heavenly court's dozen god systems did not escape the eyes of the ancient gods who had merged with the Spirit Sea world. Most of the ancient gods more or less understood what this phenomenon meant. Obviously, The rumor that the spirit sea world was the natal world of some mighty being in the boundless void and the boundless chaos was not just a rumor. It was highly likely that this was the truth. Moreover, it was certain that the mighty being who resided in the boundless void and the boundless chaos was not someone ordinary ancient gods like them could compare to. For a moment, the spirit sea world situation was unprecedentedly clear. The two crown princes, the divine concubines, and the masters of the various god systems who lived in the spirit sea heavenly court and secretly supported Qin Feng in control of the spirit sea world could roughly guess the source of this change. This was not the first time such a change had happened in the past tens of thousands of years. Every time the high and mighty spirit sea world lord broke through, there would be some changes in his direct bloodline. However, the change was not as great as this one. This change made the divine concubines and the masters of the various god systems in the spirit sea heavenly court rejoice. As more and more worlds merged with the spirit sea world, information about the chaos epic transition was known to everyone. Generally speaking, the more powerful a world was, the greater the pressure it would face during the chaos epic transition. The ancient gods knew that the more powerful a world was, the more likely it was for the ship to survive the chaos epic transition. In the boundless void and the boundless chaos, what was the source of the fusion of various regions and worlds? It was the world's instinct to protect itself. They devoured, merged, and strengthened each other to resist the chaos epic. In order to seize this one and only opportunity, many ancient gods brought their families to fight for the ship tickets or the right to control this huge world. Only a true powerhouse could suppress such a situation. The Spirit Sea World Lord's breakthrough was extremely beneficial to the overall situation. Qin Feng was aware of the god's mentality. He himself was also slightly excited by this. The great calamity of the primal chaos epic wasn't just a blade pressing down on the heads of the gods. It was also a huge pressure for him. With the strength of the mutated worlds, they should be able to resist the great calamity brought about by the transition of the chaos epic. However, the Spirit Sea world could not avoid it. If there were no powerhouses, it would be doomed if it was caught in the great calamity. Unless Qin Feng was willing to move the Spirit Sea world to the mutated world and merge with it. However, everyone had their own selfish motives. How could they be willing to completely open up their private backyard to the public? Furthermore, this seemingly private backyard had so much potential. The establishment of the divine Tao law did not only affect the powerhouses of some of the worlds that Qin Feng had experienced, but also the powerhouses in the surroundings. In that moment, all of the ancient beings in the void and the boundless primordial chaos sensed something was amiss. In that moment, another sacred ancestor was born in the boundless primordial chaos. Many ancient creatures were envious, and many ancient existences were excited. There were also many ancient gods who felt jealous and pressured. The birth of any divine ancestor was not particularly good news for those ancient gods, as it meant that there might be another overlord above their heads. It seems that I don't need to worry about it in the future. In the Spirit Sea world, in a mysterious world hidden in the depths of the void. This was the place where the two world trees intersected. It was like the central area. Very few experts knew that there was such a place at the intersection of the two world trees. This was the god of wealth temple of the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court, the center of the space-time trading network. It was also the office of most of the gods of wealth in the God of Wealth residence. With the expansion of the Spirit Sea world, the space-time trading network rapidly expanded and entered countless worlds. The scale of the God of Wealth residence's expansion was somewhat unimaginable. However, it was constantly attacked by some powerful and ancient gods. Many powerful ancient gods even tried to seize the space-time trading network and invade it. Over the years, the God of Wealth residence had suffered constant losses. Many low-level gods of wealth had even been captured by such antiques. Fortunately, the bronze altar was also a doctrine artifact. Although it was a broken doctrine artifact, its preserved power was not weak. In particular, The main ability of this doctrine artifact was to travel between worlds. The core of the World Trade Network had never appeared. It could always sacrifice its tail to survive at critical moments. A hazy and mysterious figure stood in the center of the mysterious world. Through countless second-level trading systems and third-level trading spaces, many low-level gods of wealth could vaguely communicate with this figure. Many gods of wealth knew that this was the great existence behind the god of wealth residence, but there were not many gods of wealth who had directly seen this mysterious figure. There were only a few high-level gods of wealth who had been able to see this mysterious figure's power. At this time, this mysterious figure was emitting an extremely grand and strange light. Her starry eyes looked at the countless worlds, as if she had merged with the three terrifying rules of heaven and earth in the countless worlds. She was the first to break through. At this time, in each of the huge worlds, many incomparably noble and mysterious beautiful women looked at this scene with sparkling eyes. Their expressions were filled with reluctance and envy. The Space-Time Trading Network, the three great rules of time, space, and trading. I originally thought that it would be difficult for her to create her own rules of heaven and earth based on these three rules of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that this time she would succeed and reach the sky in one step. In a terrifying long river full of boundless evil and blood, a red-clothed goddess stepped on an endless sea of blood and looked at this scene with her phoenix-like eyes. Her eyes flickered slightly. There were also three powerful rules of heaven and earth on her body, which seemed to connect thousands of worlds and billions of space-time. She was the embodiment of a majestic existence without beginning or end. Her light illuminated countless worlds and shocked the gods. After the breakthrough, Qin Feng slowly began to withdraw his divine ancestor's will. However, when his eyes swept across the south heavenly realm of the surface world, his expression changed slightly. The powerful divine ancestors will follow the footsteps of the past, and Qin Feng saw some shocking truths that could not be understood at the second level of the eternal realm. In the Pangu heavenly realm, an ancient divine emperor in the center seemed to have sensed this powerful will. Their eyes met, and he smiled and winked at Qin Feng. Sacred ancestor? Sensing the gaze of the sacred ancestor, Qin Feng's heart jolted. This divine emperor has broken through to the divine ancestor realm. Chapter 1864. No, I'm afraid he didn't just break through to the divine ancestor realm. He must have broken through to the divine ancestor realm a long time ago. Qin Feng was shocked by this discovery. He couldn't imagine that the Pangu Saint Emperor wasn't an expert at the second level of the eternal realm, but a divine ancestor at the third level of the eternal realm. The Pangu Saint Emperor probably became a divine ancestor hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago. With just a glance, Qin Feng could feel the enormous pressure from the Pangu Saint Emperor, a veteran divine ancestor. Congratulations on breaking through to the divine ancestor realm, my little friend. How fortunate it is to have one more person in our generation. A faint, slightly gentle voice came from the depths of the endless void, as if it had passed through the endless void. Qin Feng felt a gaze fall on him. I didn't expect your majesty to have broken through to the divine ancestor realm a long time ago. I have a question. Qin Feng's will was silent for a moment, and then it turned into a message. They had the same essence, separated by endless distance. His gaze swept across the other four super heavenly domains of the South Heaven Four domains. In addition to the Pangu heavenly domain, the Wasteland heavenly domain, the Shatter heavenly domain, the Gantian demon domain, and even the once-destroyed Glaze heavenly domain all had traces of the divine ancestor. The imprints of the divine ancestor were left in all five domains. It was obvious that these factions were somehow related to some of the sacred ancestors. Sensing Qin Feng's gaze, the Pangu Saint Emperor smiled and said, "Ah, don't be surprised. This world is much more exciting than you think. Now that you have broken through to the divine ancestor realm, you will experience it in the future. The Pangu Saint Emperor slowly retracted his gaze. Qin Fengzi was indeed shocked. Obviously, the water in this huge world was much deeper than he had imagined. At least, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. His gaze quietly swept across the Gantian demon domain. In the Gantian demon domain, the Gantian demon lord was rushing to refine the heaven and earth fate of the domain. A vigorous force was rapidly transforming. Obviously, the demon lord was also at the point of transformation. It wouldn't take long for him to complete the transformation. It seemed like the Pangu Saint Emperor wasn't prepared to stop the Gantian mountain monster lord from breaking through. Although he didn't know why, Qin Feng made up his mind that when he returned to the surface world, he definitely wouldn't let go of this Gantian mountain monster lord who had once chased him down. Rumble. Following Qin Feng's complete breakthrough, the massive phenomenon returned to the depths of the inner world. At the center of the Pangu sky domain, the Pangu Saint Emperor pondered for a moment. From the looks of it, this subordinate Thunder Emperor, heavenly venerable, had clearly obtained some great benefits in the depths of the inner world. When the ancient void cave appeared, the Pangu Saint Emperor had sent a clone to explore it. He had a rough idea of what kind of world was hidden inside. However, after several avatars entered, they never appeared again. The avatars were unable to send back any feedback. Only vague information would occasionally be transmitted, indicating that the inner world was vast and filled with danger. The Pangu Saint Emperor had once wanted to send his true body to explore it, but he had never taken action due to many unknown reasons. It seems like I should find some time to enter and take a look. The Pangu Saint Emperor smiled faintly. At the same time, he looked towards the Gantian mountain monster lord. Before Qin Fengzi left, he swept a glance at the Gantian mountain monster lord, filled with killing intent. He had clearly felt it. If he guessed correctly, the newly promoted Thunder Emperor Divine Ancestor probably wouldn't let the Gantian mountain monster lord go. However, the Gantian mountain monster lord wasn't without a backer. Otherwise, the Gantian mountain monster lord would have been swallowed up by the Pangu sky domain long ago. However, the Pangu Saint Emperor seemed to have thought of something, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. In the inner world, around the heavenly Saint Manor, a vast phenomenon rolled out. Countless gods were born from the void, turning into pioneers of the divine Tao, surrounding the mountain peak. At this moment, sensing the birth of the divine ancestor, the emperors of various races followed the huge phenomenon and rushed over from all directions, including the Flame Emperor, who was in the midst of a breakthrough. The grand phenomenon gradually disappeared from the sky, and the aura that swept through the gathering place of the mountains and seas gradually turned into nothingness. In the depths of the extra-dimensional void, Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes and began to feel the changes in his body after the breakthrough. The eternal divine ancestor's great Tao was embedded in the endless void, and the boundless chaos was on par with the 3,000 great Tao rules. In fact, at this level, he could be considered immortal to a certain extent. This was true immortality. He could only be suppressed and sealed, but could not be destroyed. Even if he killed the immortal saint body, he could quickly pass through the endless void and the boundless power of chaos to be reborn. To a certain extent, this kind of existence could be called a dimensional powerhouse. This was because the biggest difference between the eternal divine ancestor and the eternal heavenly lord was that although the eternal heavenly lord was very powerful, he couldn't tear through the space of other dimensions and enter other parallel dimensions. The eternal divine ancestor was different. He could already travel through parallel dimensions. However, the eternal divine ancestor wasn't an eternal true saint. In any parallel dimension, eternal true saints were invincible, and their divine powers were unfathomable. The eternal divine ancestor only relied on one dimension. In fact, in the eyes of an eternal powerhouse, there wasn't just one dimension in the world. There were many other dimensions. In the countless dimensions, other powerhouses were born. For example, the Pangu Saint Emperor who appeared in the surface world came from other parallel dimensions. For the eternal divine ancestor like Qin Feng, the great Tao rules were embedded in the depths of the endless void of this dimension, and he could rely on this to become immortal. If he went out of this dimension, such as the dimension where the Pangu Saint Emperor's hometown was, the eternal divine ancestor would lose his ability to become immortal. In another dimension, if he was killed, he would still die. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and there seemed to be many bolts of lightning flashing in his eyes. This information seemed to have originally belonged to him, but he seemed to have forgotten it until he became a divine ancestor. Qin Feng didn't care about this change. He had already experienced it several times. This information was the benefit that the Hongjun ancestor had given him. It hadn't appeared before because the Hongjun ancestor had deliberately concealed it with the means of a true saint, so as not to disturb his Tao heart. In addition to this information, there was also a part of the future path. If becoming a god was the beginning of the path of transcendence, and becoming a master god was the beginning of the path of laws, then becoming an eternal divine ancestor was the beginning of the path of dimensional powerhouses. Chapter 1865. Dimensional experts could enter countless dimensions, travel through dimensions, and explore a wider world. A frog at the bottom of a well and a frog at the top of the well saw different worlds. The worlds they could come into contact with were also very different. However, one thing was for sure. An Eternal's divine ancestor who had broken through in a certain dimension would definitely have a lair in a certain dimension. Qin Feng's gaze was completely focused on the information that appeared in his mind. The Eternal's divine ancestor had condensed the eternal life chart and possessed an immortal destiny. He had a part of the power of an eternal true saint, but he was still lacking in an extremely crucial thing: the eternal worldview. The eternal worldview had different names in many worlds. In the immortal Tao macro worlds, it was called the Tao heart. In some divine Tao macro worlds, it was called the soul realm. In the Buddhist macro worlds, it was called the enlightenment realm or the Bodhi heart. The eternal worldview was the soul realm that matched an eternal true saint, or the Tao heart that matched a true saint. It was just like the difference between high-level and low-level creatures. Low-level creatures had the eternal worldview of low-level creatures. Their perspective of the world was obviously different from high-level creatures, and the mysteries of the world they could see were also limited. High-level creatures and extraordinary creatures also had different perspectives of the world. An eternal true saint naturally had the perspective of an eternal true saint. If one day he could raise his soul realm to the eternal worldview realm, he would naturally break through and become an eternal true saint. An eternal expert could lack the eternal holy power, eternal soul, and eternal life chart, but without the eternal worldview, he could not be considered a true saint. It was said that in the endless void, in the boundless chaos, there was an existence who directly comprehended the eternal true saint's worldview as a mortal and became an eternal true saint. According to the information he had obtained from Hongjun Taoist in the past, no matter how strong the Eternal's divine ancestor was, if he could not comprehend the eternal worldview, he would still be a false eternal. Perhaps he was much stronger than ordinary eternal experts, but in the eyes of an eternal true saint, he was just a slightly bigger ant. As for the secret method to comprehend the eternal worldview, Hongjun Taoist did not mention it. However, it was said that every eternal true saint's understanding of the eternal worldview was unique and different. Every eternal true saint's achievements had a way that could not be replicated. However, Qin Feng vaguely understood some of the mysteries from listening to the eternal true saint. It seemed that he could start from the eternal worldview realm's eternal worldview. It was a great calamity. It was no different from an ordinary eternal true saint. This world also had a kind of instinct that was close to perfection and immortality. It was constantly moving towards the realm of immortality. The immortal universe was at the same level as the eternal true saint. For an ordinary world to become a perfect, undying universe, it would normally go through 9 perfect great tribulations. Usually, every time a perfect calamity was passed, the world would become stronger. For example, the mutated surface world might have silently passed several perfect calamities. Each of the 9 perfect tribulations was different, but each one was extremely dangerous for both the world and the eternal forefather. It was one thing if he didn't take the initiative to comprehend it, but once he entered it, it was almost certain that he would die. Many forefathers of eternity had perished in the boundless dimensions of the void and the boundless dimensions of the universe. However, as great as the dangers were, there were also great fortunes to be had. Everlasting's forefather grew stronger after each tribulation, and his understanding of the everlasting worldview grew more mature and stable. In the dimensional void, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The 9 perfect great tribulations were different from ordinary ones. For example, ordinary tribulations of ascension would be struck by lightning, burned by heavenly fire, blown by divine wind, forged by karmic fire, devoured by the inner demons, and so on. Each perfect great tribulation wasn't fixed. Of course, Eternal's forefather didn't have to enter the tribulation to comprehend the everlasting worldview. There were several ways to counterattack. One of them was to comprehend the power of eternity. For Eternal's forefather, every kind of power of eternity contained a trace of the mighty power of the eternal true saint. By touching this trace, he could transform again and finally become an eternal true saint. However, the power of eternity was extremely rare and difficult to find. It was even more difficult than entering the tribulation. Qin Feng had been able to find the power of eternal true thunder because he had gained a great advantage. Apart from comprehending the power of eternity, there were several other ways to do so. For example, he had first comprehended the secret method of civilization comprehension, which allowed him to unleash the rules of civilization to the extreme. It was a different approach, but it also allowed him to use the nirvana of civilization to comprehend the world of eternity. However, the civilization he created would also be like the world. For a civilization to enter the perfect stage and give birth to a true saint, it would also need 9 perfect great tribulations. As Taoist Hong Jun had said, a certain true saint of Weapon Tao used weapons to carry the everlasting worldview and experienced 9 perfect great tribulations to transcend. Another example was a certain true saint who used divine arts to prove his holiness. He condensed an eternal saint technique and experienced 9 perfect great tribulations. He comprehended the mysteries of the 9 extreme changes and formed the body of an eternal true saint. There were also various secret methods. Of course, this was the benefit of being a disciple of a saint. All kinds of secret methods were available. If it were a wild sacred ancestor, they most likely wouldn't have been able to access such a wondrous technique to observe the eternal worldview. He could only explore by himself. If he wasn't careful, he might go astray and be reduced to ashes. Thus, it was definitely worth it to be a disciple of Taoist Hong Jun. Qin Feng wasn't an ordinary Eternal's forefather. He had several choices. One was to cultivate the divine Tao civilization that was born in the Spirit Sea world. He would use the divine Tao as the reincarnation of the divine Tao rules. He would lead the divine Tao rules to experience 9 great tribulations and finally complete the transformation of a true saint. The second was to cultivate the world. According to Taoist Hong Jun, if he could become the creator of a perfect world, he would naturally be able to transform during the great tribulations and become an eternal true saint. He had a world with great potential like the Spirit Sea world under him. He could do this. The third was to take the initiative to enter some special great worlds to experience great tribulations. At this time, the mutated worlds, whether it was the surface world or the inner world, were all good choices. At this time, the chaos era was changing. It was a great era. The mutated worlds would definitely use this opportunity to enter the Great Tribulations. The fourth was to find the power of eternity. He could also comprehend his own eternal saint technique, like the eternal true saint who used divine arts to prove his holiness. He now had the power of eternity. He also had a foundation to construct the eternal saint technique. Chapter 1866. There was a fifth option for Qin Feng to choose from, which was to become a saint with a weapon. He could choose a Tao weapon as his natal spiritual treasure and carry his eternal worldview. After 9 perfect tribulations, if the treasure was not destroyed, he could become a true saint. For many eternal sacred ancestors, the most difficult thing was to obtain a Tao weapon at the beginning. However, Qin Feng already had a foundation for this. The bronze altar he'd obtained had once been a true Tao weapon. Although it was damaged, he could still try to repair it and refine it with divine Tao rules to turn it into the Pantheon altar. Or he could use the Pantheon Palace as a weapon of attainment for a divine Tao civilization. Qin Feng had just broken through, so he couldn't make a decision for the time being. He glanced at the temporary extra-dimensional space around him. Now that he'd become a sacred ancestor, this extra-dimensional space had surpassed the level of a grotto heaven and become an extremely vast world. The world was clear, the earth was thick, and the mountains and rivers were beautiful. Gods and demons were hidden within, and there seemed to be endless stars in the sky. It was like a poem or a painting. There were also countless connate life forms being born here. The embryonic form of a world had already taken shape. In the spirit sea, no matter which sect it fell into, such a world would be enough to build a foundation for 1,000,000 years. But to Qin Feng, this no longer had any meaning. With a single step, he stepped out of the extra-dimensional space. When he appeared on the mountain peak, Qin Feng immediately noticed the changes in his surroundings. Affected by his advancement, countless extremely beautiful divine peaks appeared in a radius of millions of miles. The mountain peak where he lived in seclusion had become a mountain of heavenly pillars. It was majestic and shocking. "Greetings, sacred ancestor." At this moment, a dozen figures walked out of the void in a line. Each of them carried the majesty of an emperor, as if they were on the same level as heaven and earth. At this moment, many of the desolation gods in the surroundings of the heavenly sacred hall witnessed this. They all gulped and looked at each other. They could see the shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. Flame Emperor of the Jiang family, Yellow Emperor of the Ji family, Yu Emperor of the Hui family, Black Emperor of the Ying family, War God of the Qi family, Ancestor God of the Rong family, Yu Clan Emperor of the Yu family, Ancestor God of the Gaoxin family, Ancestor God of the Wilderness of the Headhunter family, Ancestor God of the Sea family, Ancestor God of the Cheongsang family. Almost all the emperors from powerful clans and families in Mountain C1 had arrived. Furthermore, they were actually bowing in unison. Standing in the void, a trace of indifference flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes as he looked at the sovereign emperors who bowed and greeted him as juniors. His gaze landed on the 2 leading imperial emperors. When the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor sensed the gaze directed at them, the 2 sovereign emperors cried bitterly in their hearts. Others might not know, but they clearly knew that the 2 of them had chased after this mighty existence not long ago. However, if they had known that this mysterious expert had broken through in such a short time, they would not have been so careless. Qin Feng did not care about the 2 sovereign emperors. Before he had broken through, the 2 eternal heavenly lords who had the highest chance of breaking through to the eternal sacred ancestor level would have been a threat to him. Now that he had broken through, the 2 of them were just ants. Furthermore, Qin Feng knew very well that after refining the 9 spirits pearl, the Mountain C1 would not be able to give birth to another eternal sacred ancestor. "Where is Lu Li?" Qin Feng looked at the Flame Emperor with an indifferent expression. However, the Flame Emperor felt an immense pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on a mortal. The 4 sovereign emperors of the Jiang clan behind him were furious. Who was the Flame Emperor? How could he be questioned and scolded like this? He wanted to retort, but in this terrifying atmosphere, He couldn't say a single word. He couldn't even move half a step. The sovereign emperors saw this scene and felt a trace of sadness in their hearts. The sovereign emperors might be high and mighty in their clans, but in front of the sacred ancestor, they were just slightly bigger ants. She suddenly left half a year ago. The flame emperor's expression was bitter, but he did not dare to be careless. Jiang Yin really did not know that the woman was the sacred ancestor's enemy. Please punish me, sacred ancestor. Qin Feng glanced at the flame emperor. Under his gaze, the flame emperor could not help but groan, as if an invisible force had struck his soul. His soul trembled violently, and a trace of blood qi seeped out from under his skin. He even felt like he could not breathe and was about to suffocate. Fortunately, this feeling did not continue to grow stronger. Qin Feng's gaze pierced through time and space, following the flame emperor's trail. He saw that half a year ago, after he revealed the vision of a breakthrough, the colored glaze Holy Master quietly left the flame emperor celestial palace in shock. She even abandoned the hard-earned foundation in the Jiang clan and the Ji clan, directly leaving the Mountain Sea #1 gathering place and heading to the gathering places of other clans. This woman's decisiveness was shocking. Qin Feng secretly praised in his heart. Clearly, Saint Lord Color Glaze was able to progress step by step from an ordinary goddess to her current cultivation level. She was definitely not an ordinary hero. However, can you run away? Qin Feng's eyes revealed a trace of a cold smile. His eyes flashed slightly, and without a sound, a wisp of pure purple lightning suddenly appeared around him. He raised one hand. When this hand was raised, the sovereign emperors only felt that in the next moment, they were about to be turned into ashes by this hand. Even the sky would be shattered into countless pieces by this hand. The hand quietly blasted out, as if it had crossed the boundless void, following a mysterious trajectory across time and space. At this moment, in the clouds around a mountain C1, there was also a huge gathering place hidden under the clouds. Unlike the Shanghai #1 assembly area, this continent was huge and not inferior to the Shanghai #1 assembly area. It was a huge volcano. The entire continent was mostly a sea of magma. Countless fire-type living beings lived in it. There were also many sovereign emperors and sovereigns. However, these sovereign emperors and sovereigns that were born from the fire-type living beings were either fire-type or fire-type mutated. At this moment, in the depths of the gigantic fiery palaces, the fire-type sovereign emperors and sovereigns suddenly looked up at the void with a shocked expression. They saw a huge hand suddenly appearing in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. It locked onto a certain spot and pressed down on the void with a loud rumble. In the depths of the fiery sea, in the depths of the magma, a fire-type origami who was being worshipped by countless fire-type living beings suddenly raised her head in fear. In the next moment, the flames on her body changed and turned into a beautiful woman in a colorful dress. Thunder Emperor, Heaven Master, don't be so ruthless, Luli Holy Lord screamed. Her eyes were filled with fear, anger, and resentment. However, she realized that she could not even move under this huge hand. The huge hand came down from the sky, bringing along a destructive force as it slammed down heavily. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the entire volcanic lake along with Luli Holy Lord turned into ashes. Chapter 1867. The blazing purple lightning spread for tens of millions of miles. Above the volcanic lake, many powerful fire elemental beings looked at this scene and felt as if their souls were trembling. The power of the divine ancestor is so terrifying. In the distance, some of the gods in colony #2 saw this scene and felt a little dazed. Poor-colored glaze Holy Lord, an overlord who dominated countless worlds and stood above all others, had fallen in such a volcanic lake. Rumble. Thunderclouds rolled and countless spiritual lights appeared where colored glaze Holy Lord had fallen. Spiritual lights shot up into the sky, and many of them were good items. Some of the nearby Aragami's eyes lit up when they saw this. It was the collection that Colored Glaze Holy Lord had been keeping for a long time. Since an eternal heaven lord kept it close to her, it was obviously not something ordinary. Soon, many of the Aragami's expressions changed and became unpleasant. Before the terrifying purple lightning dissipated, many spiritual lights were refined by the eternal true thunder and turned into pure spiritual energy to nourish the volcanic lake. They formed spiritual veins, and all of them swam away. Many of them were as thick as dragons. Obviously, they were high-level spiritual items that had returned to their origin in the lightning. What a pity! Seeing this scene, many of the Aragami looked regretful. However, the group of Aragami did not dare to make the slightest move. The terrifying lightning that filled the sky above the volcanic lake was no joke. Only some fire elemental beings below the Aragami level were overjoyed. With so many spiritual veins turning into dragons and drilling into the depths of the volcano, many new fire veins would definitely be born. Looking at the scale, there would be many new fire veins. Many of them were even divine-level fire veins. Any living beings who cultivated around the volcanic lake would benefit greatly. Qin Feng looked at this scene, and his expression changed slightly. Now that he had regained his connection with the Spirit Sea world, he could build a space-time door from the Spirit Sea world to the inner world with the mighty power of the Divine Ancestor. These spiritual items were useless to him. However, to the Spirit Sea world and the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court in the Spirit Sea world, they should be a good fortune. But soon, Qin Feng laughed at himself. He had not returned to the Spirit Sea world for tens of thousands of years. He always subconsciously thought that it was the Spirit Sea world of the past. Now, Spirit Sea world had merged with the chaotic region around Spirit Sea world and countless worlds of various sizes. It could be said that it stood at the peak of Chaos Zone 9. Although Chaos Zone 9 had always been known to be barren, as the largest world in Chaos Zone 9, the Spirit Sea world had no lack of spiritual items. With the wealth accumulated by the Spirit Sea world, even a mutated world, it was shocking. And in the future, as the Spirit Sea world grew, the wealth of the Spirit Sea Heavenly Court would become more and more shocking. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression changed as he looked at the place where Colored Glaze Holy Lord was annihilated. Under the eternal true thunder, most of the spiritual objects were directly refined into spirit chi and formed into spirit veins. However, not all of the spiritual objects were directly refined. There were a few food items left on the ground. To be precise, it was a forenourished treasure. Rumble. Qin Feng raised one of his hands and made a grabbing motion in the air. Under the gaze of the many Aragami, the 4 divine items that were forged by the horrifying purple thunder that were left on top of the volcanic lake instantly disappeared into the lava of the volcanic lake. After a while, 4 divine objects that were flickering with multicolored light appeared out of thin air beside the pillar of heaven's mountains, emerging from the void. When the surrounding imperial emperors saw this scene, they looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. The Flame Emperor's eyes flashed rapidly. He had met Colored Glaze Holy Lore before. Although she was slightly weaker than him because of the Jiang clan's support, the difference wasn't that big. He didn't expect her to die just like that. Although he had expected the Eternal's forefathers' authority, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss, sadness, and sympathy for the Eternal's forefather. If she hadn't become a divine ancestor, she would have disappeared without a trace one day. The Flame Emperor knew very well that divine ancestors weren't rare in the Mountain Sea. Even in the depths of the Mountain Sea, there were traces of beings stronger than divine ancestors showing their divinity. The Jiang clan used to be a large clan in the depths of the Mountain Sea at the edge of Central Gathering Place. Because they had offended a powerful being, they had to travel through the various gathering places to settle down at the edge of the Mountain Sea. Qin Feng saw the expressions of the emperors below, but he didn't care. His gaze fell on the 4 divine items that he had taken from Colored Glaze Holy Lord's corpse after she died. Of the 4 divine items, 3 of them had a texture. One of them was indeed a ball of 9-colored light. The ball of seven-colored light was like a nine-colored sun floating in the void. However, it was formless and intangible. A very strange wave of energy emanated from it. Qin Feng casually grabbed it in his hand and quickly understood the origin of this colorful light. The slaughter system of the heavens. A look of not knowing whether to laugh or cry flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. This was the second system he had encountered. The first system was found on the body of the last sect master of the Primal Chaos Star sect. It was basically a heavenly cycle star map. The sect master used the heavenly cycle star map as his main body and used his remnant soul to create a system. He used it to cheat some sons of destiny and even some fools to help him recover his remnant body. After being caught, he surrendered decisively and had a decent background. Now, not only had he recovered his true body in the spirit sea, but he had also become a Lord God. He was respected by all gods and had a noble status among the dozens of divine systems in the Linghai Celestial Court. This thing called the slaughter system of the 10,000 worlds had a similar origin, but it was more powerful than the system that the Lord God had created. It seemed to be a system formed by the fragments of an eternal divine ancestor's origin and remnant soul after he died. As for its function, it was similar to the system that the Lord God had created. Instead of killing people to level up, it used slaughter points to move the world's fate. It had a higher purpose. Qin Feng smiled. If he guessed correctly, this was probably the divine object that the lapis lazuli Holy Lord had relied on to rise in her youth. He refined it slightly. Holding the ball of nine-colored divine light, Qin Feng seemed to see the shadows of countless worlds along the nine-colored divine light. In those worlds, there were many figures that faintly echoed the appearance of this system. This was probably a way to propagate the rules. In the name of the system, geniuses from countless worlds and planes were recruited to increase the power of the rules of slaughter that it had mastered. Through the connection of this system, Qin Feng saw planar treasuries hidden in the depths of the void in many worlds. These were the treasuries that allowed the slaughter system of the 10,000 worlds to operate smoothly. Chapter 1868. He could tell that Colored Glaze Holy Lord had made the system mature. There were different levels, and each level had a manager or agent. It was very mature. Perhaps that was why Colored Glaze Holy Lord was able to stand out from the other gods. Unfortunately, the system could not make up for the difference in power. No matter how many emergency plans there were, they could not escape from being killed by the divine ancestor. The massacre system was not bad, but to Qin Feng, it was tasteless but a pity to give it up. However, he could give it to one of his experts. The massacre system was very mature. If an over-god who controlled the massacre rules took it over and completely digested Colored Glaze, Holy Lord's inheritance, their cultivation would definitely improve greatly. It was also very beneficial to the Spirit Sea world. With the help of the massacre system, it would be a great boost to the evolution of the Spirit Sea world. Who should I give this massacre system to? Qin Feng's eyes moved slightly. Very soon, he had a candidate in mind. There were many people who comprehended the massacre rules in the Spirit Sea world. Not long ago, many overgods had appeared because of his advancement to the divine ancestor level. Many of the superpowers comprehended by the experts were directly refined into the laws of the world. The rules of the world. With a wave of his sleeve, the rainbow light passed through a space-time tunnel through his control of his origin world. It passed through countless worlds and landed in the Spirit Sea world. As soon as it appeared in the Spirit Sea world, it turned into a streak of light and headed towards a forbidden place in the Spirit Sea world. In the 18th level, in the endless river of blood, a beautiful goddess sat on a huge bloody throne with her eyes closed, comprehending the power of the rules of the world that had suddenly changed. 3 types of immense power of laws vibrated around her, faintly resonating with the 3 great laws of heaven and earth in the void of the endless heavens. At this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and raised her head. A huge hole happened to open in the sky above her head. A streak of rainbow light fell from the sky. She wanted to use her superpower, but she sensed the familiar aura from the rainbow light. Her beautiful eyes moved, and she allowed the rainbow light to enter her body. In the blink of an eye, she knew the details of this mass of seven-colored light. She refined it slightly, and illusory images of countless worlds appeared behind her. They turned into a huge massacre wheel that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Every time it rotated, it would cause the immeasurable calamity. Massacre system of the heavens. She opened her eyes as a translucent blood-red light circulated within them, sensing the changes within. Her eyes were calm as she glanced at the sky. She seemed to have sensed a gaze from above. A trace of warmth flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she quickly closed them again. The massacre system was extremely beneficial to her. If she could combine it with the 18 levels of the good and evil system that she had created, the rules of the heavens and the earth, the rules of the world would be improved. This might be beneficial to her further mastery of the supreme power of the world. At the very least, with this system, she would be on the same level of the heavens, who own the Heavens Trading System Network. After bestowing the system, Qin Feng retracted his gaze. However, he still had some thoughts in his heart. Creating a system, spreading a wave of systems, and promoting the divine path. This was a good idea. Although a system like the colored glaze Holy Lords was completely useless to one's combat ability, it was still very useful for cultivation, stockpiling cultivation resources, and developing a civilization. He could also use the wisdom of countless elites and experts from countless worlds to help perfect the divine path, or develop the world of the Spirit Sea. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He felt that this idea was very feasible. Two minds were better than one. If he had 100,000, 1,000,000, or even 10 million experts from different planes to help him, it would definitely be very beneficial to him. It was the same even if he was now the eternal divine ancestor. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He was going to create the divine path system after dealing with his old opponents. He would open the divine path system to the heavens and the immeasurable worlds. This idea took root in his heart. Qin Feng suppressed the joy in his heart and looked at the other three divine objects. The other three divine items were all tangible and tangible. Qin Feng looked at the divine object closest to him. It was a strange object that looked like iron but wasn't. It looked like stone but wasn't. It was blood red in color and had a texture similar to that of bronze. It was extremely cold. It was the size of a palm and had a flat-cut surface. There were also some strange blood-red patterns on it, as if blood was flowing on the patterns. In the void, it faintly emitted a strange power. It carried a profound and eternal power. Even the baptism of the eternal true lightning hadn't harmed it. Although that wasn't Qin Feng's eternal true lightning at full power. It looked a little damaged. It had probably been cut off from a complete object. Qin Feng roughly understood the origins of the blood-red slate with a single glance. It was a secret codex of eternity, a fragment of the eternal codex born from the laws of slaughter. It was probably the basis of the colored glaze Holy Lord's famous Seven Wonders arcane rays. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. The importance of this object was self-evident. Even a fragment of the eternal codex was of great value to the eternal divine ancestor. In particular, he had comprehended the power of the eternal true lightning to the 6th level of the eternal realm. He could already comprehend the second eternal power. The Seven Wonders arcane rays was the ultimate manifestation of the laws of slaughter. It just so happened that one of the 18 laws of heaven and earth he had mastered was the law of slaughter. The Seven Wonders arcane rays complemented him perfectly. It would further enhance his strength. The only thing that Qin Feng regretted was that the Eternal Carnage Secret Codex was incomplete. Even if he comprehended it, he could only master the secondary eternal power. Qin Feng laughed. If the Eternal Codex was complete, he might not have been able to kill the colored glaze Holy Lord if he had mastered the complete version of the Eternal Carnage Secret Codex. It was a win-lose situation. Who could say for sure? However, just these two divine items alone were enough to kill Saint Master Colored Glaze, that old demonic woman. It was already worth it. The remaining two divine objects were rather peculiar. One was a pure white jade token, and the other was an ancient sword that shone with colorful light. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the two divine objects appeared in front of him. The ancient sword that shone with colorful light was sparkling and translucent. It emitted a divine light and a power that could split heaven and earth. It was probably the Colored Glaze Holy Lord's natal treasure. After killing the Colored Glaze Holy Lord, the natal treasure was not destroyed. Instead, it dropped. He had no use for the ancient sword, but he could give it to the divine concubine or his subordinates to win people over. The other jade token was as white as jade, but it was rather mysterious. Qin Feng glanced at it and frowned. He was actually unable to see through the origin of this item. Chapter 1869. The jade pendant looked ordinary, and Qin Feng couldn't see anything special about it. It also didn't contain any trace of eternal power. However, it was no ordinary item, since it had withstood the baptism of the eternal true thunder. The eternal true thunder contained the ultimate power of destruction and creation. An ordinary eternal sacred ancestor would be severely injured if struck by it. After obtaining the power of true lightning, Qin Feng could actually be called the lightning ancestor of the myriad worlds. Qin Feng grabbed the jade pendant and studied it. He couldn't see anything special about it, so he put it away for the time being. Qin Feng looked at the many emperors who were still bowing respectfully. He spoke. 10 years from now, summon the desolate gods to heavenly Pillar Mountain. I will await your arrival there. The Pillar of Heaven's Mountain was a gigantic mountain peak in the Mountain C1 gathering place. Throughout history, there were various rumors that it was the center of the Mountain C1 gathering place. The Flame Emperor's celestial palace was built not far from Heavenly Pillar Mountain. Heavenly Pillar Mountain had always been the Jiang clan's backyard. Upon hearing that, many emperors looked at the Flame Emperor with strange gazes. It seemed that the Jiang clan's base would have to be moved unless they wanted to be neighbors with this temperamental sacred ancestor. The Flame Emperor's expression was bitter. However, he had no other choice now. The group of emperors dispersed. An undercurrent began to brew in the powerful clans, then turned into a storm that swept through all the clans. The Mountain C1 was about to enter a new era of the sacred ancestor. However, other than the initial surprise, some small clans quickly calmed down. In the eyes of most of the small clans, the arrival of the divine ancestor only affected some of the larger clans. For the countless smaller clans scattered across the vast land, no matter who became the base of the Mountain C1, it didn't affect them much. However, they did not know that the following changes would not only affect the large clans, but also the small clans that were scattered across the Mountain Sea gathering place like stars in the sky. It would also be an unprecedented impact. Above the void, Qin Feng watched as the many sovereign emperors left with complicated expressions. He had just broken through. Logically speaking, the next step was to find a place to familiarize himself with the eternal sacred ancestor and deduce a way to become a saint. But Qin Feng wasn't going to do that for the time being. His eyes flickered as he looked up. Qi, like a stream of light, his figure shot straight into the sky, heading toward the surface world. Sensing that someone was trying to break through and escape from the inner world, the essence of the inner world instinctively produced a powerful pulling force. This pulling force was so terrifying that it was as if all the worlds in the universe were pulled by this force and could be pulled down. Qin Feng's figure rapidly flew upwards. With his extremely sensitive divine sense, he could clearly sense that the origin laws of the inner world had an extremely strong, attractive force towards him. It was as if he was a part of the origin laws and couldn't escape. It was like a spider web. As the prey, since the prey was caught in the web, the spider naturally would not allow the prey to escape. Qin Feng had a calm look on his face. He was no longer the same person who had entered the inner world. Spider webs could trap mosquitoes and insects, but they couldn't trap eagles in the sky. With a thought, tens of thousands of purple lightning bolts flew out and blasted into the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. Like tens of thousands of cannonballs falling into the sea, they crushed the world-pulling force of the inner world. Then, he easily turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the inner world's encirclement. After leaving the range of the inner world, Qin Feng clearly felt the pulling force gradually receding like the tide. With a flash of light, Qin Feng appeared on the beach. As far as the eye could see, the Mother River, which was as black as ink, was quietly flowing. It passed through several meandering river channels and flowed into the distance from upstream. It nourished the inner world and made it a hotbed for experts. Even now, Qin Feng had become the eternal divine ancestor. Looking at the Void Mother Stream, he was still very wary. He couldn't see where the true body of the Mother Stream was. This Mother Stream was very dangerous. It was an existence that watered countless dimensions. At least Qin Feng couldn't understand the truth of this mighty force. Qin Feng had once suspected that this Void Mother Stream was refined by an eternal true saint. But now, Qin Feng suspected that the origin of this Void Mother Stream was much greater than he imagined. At this time, through the Nine Spirits Pearl that had been completely integrated into his body, as Qin Feng expected, he could still resonate with the origin of the Mountain Scene number 1 gathering place. This kind of obscure connection caused Qin Feng's heart to slightly relax. The inner world was very large. Without this guidance and connection, he might not be able to find a Mountain Scene number 1 gathering place the next time he entered the inner world. He raised his head and looked above. The cliff hung high. In the depths of the cliff, a cave that emitted a milky white light appeared. With a flash of light, Qin Feng disappeared from the beach. When he reappeared, he was already on the cliff. The river bank under the slope under Qin Feng's feet. The last time he was here, the river bank under his feet suddenly changed and directly pulled him into the depths of the inner world. In fact, now it seemed that the so-called riverbank was probably a projection of the inner world in the eyes of ordinary experts. If one really thought it was a riverbank and rashly jumped down, the outcome would be the same as him. They would be directly caught by the pulling force of the inner world and pulled into it. If one was lucky, one could break through the divine ancestor realm and return. If one was unlucky, one would probably die alone in the inner world. Behind him, the faint white cave was a vast expanse. Inside, many white space-time passageways could be vaguely seen, leading to countless places. Qin Feng looked at this scene. Back then, he had tried to return, but he was trapped by these space-time passageways. He couldn't find the right way back and went in a big circle. On the spot, there was a flash of light. Qin Feng's figure turned into a purple light and directly went into the depths of the cave. Milky white, space-time passageways appeared in the depths of the cave. There were at least tens of millions of them, and there were many space-time rifts and confusing forces. There is also a trace of the Void Mother Stream's power that suppressed the abhijna of all living beings. Ordinary eternal heavenly lords would be so confused that they wouldn't be able to find their way back in a short time. Now that he had become an eternal divine ancestor, this trace of the Void Mother Stream's power could no longer fool Qin Feng. Rumble. Billions of bolts of eternal true lightning exploded in the void ancient cave with boundless power. A great path to the surface world was blasted out of the purple lightning. Boom! Billions of bolts of purple lightning carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, passing through the void ancient cave. Surface world, South Heavenly Realm. In the central void ancient cave, where the 4 super heavenly realms intersected, a bolt of purple lightning flew out of the white hole and landed in an instant. Boundless purple lightning shook the void. The 4 super domain lords woke up from their seclusion almost at the same time. Chapter 1870. You came back just in time. In the Pangu celestial domain, the Pangu Saint Emperor opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Qin Feng, as if they were separated by billions of voids. After a moment, he glanced in the direction of the Gantian demon domain and chuckled. It seems that there really is a great opportunity in the depths of the ancient void cave. In the Shatter Heaven domain, at the peak of countless worlds, the Shatter Army Master was sitting on a huge throne. He was wearing a dragon robe, and his aura seemed to be above countless worlds. He was the Lord of Civilization. He looked in the direction of the ancient void cave, deep in thought. The aura of the eternal divine ancestor faintly appeared on his body. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. The eternal divine ancestor realm could stump many second-level eternal realm experts, but for some people, it wasn't as difficult as one would imagine. They were the peak overlords of the various civilizations. However, it was too difficult to become the Lord of Civilization, like the 4 super heavenly domains, which encompass dozens of heavenly domains and countless divine domains. At least, Qin Feng hadn't encountered such a huge and terrifying world before the mutated world. But for some of the older divine ancestors, it was a common sight. Every time the chaos epoch changed, the luck of the various regions in the chaos world would surge. There would always be some lucky, eternal heavenly lords who comprehended the mysteries of the eternal divine ancestor realm and broke through at the last moment. The Shatter Army Master's eyes flashed. He felt that perhaps after breaking through to the divine ancestor realm, he should put the exploration of the ancient void cave on the agenda as soon as possible. They're really impatient. They can't even wait 15 minutes. In a huge garden in the ancient, desolate heavenly region, a divine lady was in his arms as he admired the spiritual flowers and trees in the garden. The ancient, desolate sage emperor had a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. However, he was secretly gloating. This time, Gantian Mountain is in big trouble. The ancient Baron Saint Emperor had seen how arrogant Gantian Mountain was. They wanted to buy the life of the Thunder Emperor in front of the Pangu Saint Emperor. Now, the Thunder Emperor had become a divine ancestor. As the saying went, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. The Thunder Emperor probably wanted to kill the Gantian Mountain Demon Lord. He wouldn't let the Gantian Mountain Demon Lord off so easily. However, Gantian Mountain isn't a lone soul. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. The 3 Saint Emperors all had different expressions. The Gantian Mountain Demon Lord also saw Qin Feng's appearance. In his seclusion, his expression became extremely dark and sinister, with a hint of darkness. Vaguely, he had a feeling that a great disaster was about to befall him. This intuition made him feel like he had to flee. However, the Gantian Mountain Demon Lord's expression was dark and calm. He looked down at the ancient void cave. At this moment, there was a faintly discernible gaze staring at him. He knew that it was the gaze of the Thunder Emperor Tianzuan. He couldn't escape from an eternal forefather. There was no way he could escape from the pursuit of an eternal forefather. However, the Gantian Mountain Demon Lord didn't want to run. You want to kill me? Just you, Heavenly Sovereign Thunder Emperor. On the giant monster throne, the Gantian Mountain Monster Lord laughed coldly, his eyes flashing fiercely. He closed his eyes again. He needed to break through to the eternal forefather realm as quickly as possible. As long as he broke through to the eternal forefather realm, he'd have plenty of ways to deal with a new forefather. Under the ancient void cave, countless bolts of purple lightning rose into the air. Feeling the resonance with the countless laws of heaven and earth in the surface world, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. He was finally back. At the same time, he also felt many obscure gazes looking at him from across countless dimensions. His eyes turned cold, and countless bolts of lightning shot out. In the depths of billions of voids, there were cries of pain and shock. Then, most of the gazes disappeared. There were only a few gazes that faintly swept over the area before slowly withdrawing. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the void, a cold smile on his face. These people were either ancient heavenly lords of the last era or divine forefather bodies. Qin Feng could clearly feel the scrutinizing and fearful gazes of these ancient existences. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This was the right of the strong. At this moment, if he were an ordinary expert, many experts would have come directly to him to interrogate him about his gains or secrets in the depths of the ancient void cave. Looking around, Qin Feng looked at the Gantian demon domain, and his gaze fell on the Gantian demon lord sitting on the huge demon civilization's throne. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng's divine consciousness swept out and went straight into the Pangu Heaven domain. In the Pangu Heaven domain, the Pangu Saint Emperor opened his eyes in surprise. He looked up and felt the enormous divine consciousness. After pondering for a moment, he smiled softly. He secretly praised the other party's careful thinking. A moment later, Qin Feng obtained some of the information he wanted from the Pangu Saint Emperor. Of course, in exchange, he also exchanged some of the secrets in the depths of the ancient void cave with the Pangu Saint Emperor, the gathering place of the mountains and seas. So there's such a vast world in the depths of the ancient void cave. The number of eternal experts here is far greater than that of the surface world. In the center of the Pangu Heaven domain, in the vast chaos, a 99-grade green lotus took root in the chaos. A heavenly king in white, like the heavenly Tao, looked thoughtful. The Pangu Saint Emperor's expression was a little strange. Through the power of the Saint Ancestor, he had long known that there was the Void Mother Stream in the ancient Void Cave and even the existence of the inner world. He had also sensed that there were many ancient existences in the inner world that were not inferior to the Saint Ancestor. But he didn't expect that the origin of this world would be so strong. It should be known that the stronger the origin of a world, the easier it was to give birth to high-level experts. For example, the number of eternal saint ancestors in the immortal perfect universe was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It seems that, as those expected, this world is indeed the one with the most hope of becoming an immortal perfect universe in the past dozens of chaos epochs. Some thoughts flashed through the Pangu Saint Emperor's mind. If he could personally facilitate it, even if it was to witness a world become immortal perfect, it would be an unimaginably great opportunity. He's quite lucky. Some thoughts flashed through his mind, and the Pangu Saint Emperor looked at Qin Feng in the distance under the ancient void cave. The Pangu Saint Emperor looked at Qin Feng with a slightly strange gaze. At this time, Qin Feng had already learned some things he wanted to know from the Pangu Saint Emperor. Qin Feng looked at the other 3 super heavenly domains in addition to the Pangu Heaven domain. As he expected, the other 3 heavenly domains were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. They all had traces of the Saint Ancestor. Even the destroyed Glaze heavenly domain had the backing of the Saint Ancestor. Some of them were even the sons of the saints. The waters in the South Heavenly Realm were deeper than imagined. Qin Feng looked at the Gantian demon domain, but no matter who the Gantian demon lord's backer was, he would never let that person go. Chapter 1871. His body was like a purple streak of light as Qin Feng directly locked onto Gantian demon region. A purple light directly pierced through space and appeared at the center of Gantian demon region. He looked at the majestic giant demon palace that was built in the void. This was a vast territory of demons. The world was huge. It was like the demons formed everything here. Demons were supreme, and all living beings were slaves. Numerous majestic demon palaces stood tall. With just one look, Qin Feng saw numerous demon race experts. Vast and endless, demon gods were like clouds. In the center, the Gantian demon lord's aura was the strongest, covering the sky. He was like a giant civilization dragon that could swallow the endless universe. With just one look, Qin Feng learned many secrets. Kong! Suddenly, a shocking explosion spread out from the depths of the demon region. Numerous demon gods charged into the sky, leading the demon god army as they charged towards Qin Feng. They mixed into one, densely packed together. There were even many demon race old antiques that had swept through numerous universes. Feudal struggle. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. Numerous milky white light shot out from behind his head and swept across the star region. Good fortune. Chi-Chi. The milky white light swept out and numerous demon race experts died. Any demon race expert that was swept by the light would have their bodies and souls return to their origin, turning into streaks of essence energy to strengthen the power of good fortune. It was like the heavens and earth were being reconstructed, directly scattering all living beings back into their original essence energy. At that moment, the densely packed experts all turned into nothingness in the void. Only the essence energy turned into the power of good fortune, being absorbed like a whale sucking in water. Then, good fortune reversed, turning into endless destructive power that struck towards the demon palace where the Gantian demon lord was in seclusion. Break! In the depths of the demon palace, the Gantian demon lord's hair danced in the wind as he stood up from the emperor's throne. Endless black light flashed like lightning, slicing the void into numerous pieces. He wanted to forcefully open a path. Eternal cut secret technique. Qin Feng stared at this scene as a cold smile appeared on his face. The eternal cut secret technique was one of the 3,000 eternal secret techniques. The eternal cut secret technique was said to be able to cut through everything. Even a huge world couldn't take a single blow in front of it and would be easily torn apart. However, very quickly, the Gantian demon lord's expression changed. Countless eternal slicing forces sliced the surrounding space-time into pieces. However, in the depths of space-time, there was a mighty force with the demon region as the center, sealing it from the outside. When the eternal cleave collided with that mighty force, it was unable to do anything. It was as if a diamond saw had met the hardest divine iron. The entire devil domain turned into a huge cage. It was the sacred domain, the eternal sacred domain of the sacred ancestor. This is my territory, so I call the shots. In the saint level, it was enough to split the heavens and earth apart and even create and modify the laws of the world. It was rumored that the eternal true sage's holy region could cover the entire dimension. Therefore, in the eyes of many ancient experts, the true sage was almost omniscient and omnipotent. It was unbelievable. The eternal forefather already possessed a portion of the might of a true saint. His signature feature was the eternal sacred domain. If it was the true eternal saint realm, the Gantian monster lord obviously didn't have the ability to go up against them. The eternal forefather's domain was only a simplified version. There were bound to be loopholes. Relying on his identity as the master of the Gantian monster domain, the Gantian monster lord secretly mobilized the power of the entire Gantian monster domain to resist the shrinking and suppression of the eternal sacred domain. At the same time, the Gantian monster lord's expression was cold and solemn. He waved his sleeves, and a terrifying black smoke flew out of his sleeves. It turned into huge, pale, golden centipedes that snaked toward Qin Feng. Those centipedes weren't real centipedes. On a closer look, they were pale, golden rays of light that cruised through time and space. They were extremely fast. Secondary eternal poison secret technique. At this moment, many of the figures who had been secretly watching the battle had strange looks in their eyes. Isn't this the secondary eternal poison secret technique of Heaven Monarch Poisonous Silkworm? In the ancient barren heavenly region, beside the ancient barren Saint Emperor, a beautiful goddess looked at this scene, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Last time, the Gantian monster lord found an excuse to kill those 4 ancient heavenly monarchs. I didn't expect that even Heaven Monarch Poisonous Silkworm's secondary eternal poison secret technique would fall into his hands. The beautiful goddess's eyes were filled with envy. She was wearing a colorful dress, and she was tall and slender. She had a cold aura around her. My dear concubine, it's just a secondary eternal secret technique. If you want it, I can go find our old man and ask for an eternal secret technique for you." The ancient Baron Saint Emperor on the side smiled lazily. He glanced at the beautiful goddess and said, "Just nice, you're about to break through to the eternal realm. This is my gift to you." Hearing this, the goddess's eyes lit up. She looked at the ancient Baron Saint Emperor with watery eyes. "Thank you, your majesty, for your gift. What are you thanking me for?" "As long as you serve me well, a mere secret technique is nothing." The ancient Baron Saint Emperor laughed and grabbed the goddess's slender waist. In the depths of the monster region, rolling black fog appeared. It was a terrifying poison that could corrode time and space. It seemed to cause even more damage than the Eternal Cut secret technique. The layer of heaven and earth law power that covered the eternal sacred region was corroded. The pressure was instantly reduced by a lot. However, the Gantian Demon Lord's expression didn't get much better. This was just a casual attack from the new Thunder Emperor Saint Ancestor, and he had basically exposed all his trump cards. Just as the Gantian Demon Lord expected, Qin Feng looked at this scene coldly. At this moment, he hadn't officially made his move. Qin Feng looked at a certain spot in the void. Rumble. It seemed that in the next second, an invisible force that was like a spring breeze came down from the void. Not only Qin Feng, but the Pangu Saint Ancestor, the Destruction Army Lord, and the ancient Baron Saint Emperor also noticed the appearance of this silent force almost at the same time. In Qin Feng's eyes, it was as if an immeasurable amount of evil energy and tribulation power had gathered from the countless tribulations around the demon region like the wind and suddenly appeared in front of him. It was an invisible light person that emitted a faint black halo. A clone. This was the clone of a Saint Ancestor. And it was a clone that had advanced from the Tribulation laws to the Saint Ancestor. Tribulation Ancestor. Looking at this scene, a strange light flickered in the depths of Qin Feng's eyes. According to the information he got from the Pangus Saint Emperor, the Saint Ancestor behind the Gantian Demon Lord was this ancient Saint Ancestor. This was an ancient Saint Ancestor that was born in the primordial chaos era. At the same time, a mighty pressure emerged from the depths of the void. Faintly discernible, Qin Feng felt that his eternal sanctuary was silently repelled by this pressure, as if it was being forcibly expelled from his body. Qin Feng's heart sank. This was an ancient existence that was even more powerful than him. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.